Chapter 3404. Dig the hole first. This ancestor has been sealed in that innately cold place for countless years. I have just come out recently, so I can't stay idle for a while. The three of you lead this ancestor to walk around this nest and see if there are any interesting places to play. After receiving the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yixian set his eyes on the benefits of this nest. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the thousands of demons gathered around. He chuckled and said, "You bastards are all good bastards. This old ancestor will reward you later. However, all of you can leave now. This old ancestor doesn't like extravagance the most. I have always kept a low profile. Come, all of you kneel and pay your respects." After he finished speaking, Yixian stood in the air with his hands on his hips, as if he was enjoying the reverence of everyone as they knelt down. The corners of Qi, Ba, and Jiu's mouths twitched. They despised him in their hearts. Making thousands of people kneel and pay their respects, how could this be considered keeping a low profile? This old thing was simply too shameless. However, they obviously didn't dare to say this out loud. They immediately led the 3,000 to 4,000 demons behind them to kneel and kowtow. "Old ancestor, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens." The thousands of demons kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Except for Yixian, no one was left standing. Even the patriarch of the demon clan, Emperor, couldn't enjoy such a scene. Yixian squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. He felt like he was floating in the air. Soon, after kneeling and paying their respects, the other thousands of demons quickly retreated. Only Qi, Ba, and Jiu stayed behind. They slightly bowed and waited at the side. Among them, Qi immediately came forward and said fawningly, "Old ancestor, in the depths of our clan's ancestral land's nest, there is an innately cold place called the pool. Apart from the clan head, Emperor, who is still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, only the clan's 9 clan elders can enter. I will bring old ancestor over for inspection." This was also Yixian's purpose. Generally speaking, there would be some forbidden areas in the ancestral land of demon clan that ordinary clansmen couldn't enter. That was why Yixian ordered those ordinary clansmen to leave. He wanted to see if there were any benefits in the core of demon clan's ancestral land. Qi and the other 2 had long since become obedient to Yixian's words. Their minds were constantly thinking about that sentence that could only be passed down once in 100 years. It could be said that they couldn't get rid of it. If only one of the 3 was here, it would have been fine. What could be done and what could not be done? Perhaps there would be a bottom line. However, all 3 of them were here at the same time, and all of them wanted to curry favor with the old ancestor as much as possible. They were afraid that the places that could be used would be taken advantage of by the other 2 first. Therefore, the 3 old fellows were racking their brains. As long as they thought of something that could make the old ancestor look at them in a new light, without exception, they would immediately use it. Along the way, whenever there was something good along the way, there was no need for Yixian to say anything. The 3 old fellows were practically crying and shouting as they eagerly ran over to Yixian and brought it over on the spot to show their filial piety. After all, this nest was an innately cold place that was isolated from the outside universe and void. There was only a passageway connecting it, which was equivalent to a sealed secret realm. A large amount of Qi filled the interior of the nest for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, many rare minerals and attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that didn't exist in the outside world would grow here. These things, as long as they were of a slightly higher grade, were all dug up and placed into small spatial boxes before being presented to Yixian. In a short half a day, the group of 4 finally arrived at the core of the nest, the pond. There were already a few more small spatial boxes in Yixian's undying world. These boxes were filled with rare attribute ores and heavenly materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. Now Yixian had dug up almost all of them. The pond was actually a large pond filled with boundless profound Qi. Of course, the water in the pond wasn't ordinary water, but innate Qi. It was the result of the innate Qi being so dense that it had turned into liquid. Sai, Looking at this Een pond reminds this ancestor of the Een pond where fathers sealed me for hundreds of millions of years. It's a pity that the Een pond has dried up. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't have been able to wake up so early. It's really a pity. I almost forgot that ancestor also has a Een chi body. Although the Een chi in this Een pond can't be compared to the Een pond where you were hibernating, it's still a rare item in the outside world. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Een chi had already patted his head cleverly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a small bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. He directly cast a spell and filled the bottle with at least 10,000 cubic meters of Een chi before handing it to Yi Xian. He grinned as if he was asking for credit and said, "Although the quality is definitely not satisfactory, it's completely fine for ancestor to use it to soak your feet." This small bottle of Een liquid was equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire Een pond. Now, Een Chi had given it to Yi Xian without saying anything and even said that he was going to use it to soak his feet. It had to be known that every drop of this Een Chi was a treasure. To the Een Chi's clansmen, one drop of Een Chi was enough to sustain their cultivation for a year. Moreover, the Een Emperor, the patriarch of the Een Chi's Een clan, was still in seclusion in the Een pond. If one thought about it carefully, Een Chi's words clearly meant that the patriarch, the Een Emperor, was in seclusion in Yi Xian's foot-washing water. Perhaps the three old things didn't think of this, but Yi Xian did. When he took the heavy bottle, he almost laughed out loud. At this time, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've discovered a Een Chi body. Do you want to immediately imprint your interstellar coordinates?" Imprint my interstellar coordinates? Yi Xian stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself. Generally speaking, you could imprint your interstellar coordinates anywhere in the universe, and the system wouldn't deliberately remind you. But if it did, it meant that the location was extremely suitable and most likely had some hidden value. Of course, before this value was revealed, the system wouldn't explain everything clearly to you in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. It just so happened that this Een Chi body was also beneficial to his nether body. If he imprinted his interstellar coordinates here, he could just treat it as digging a hole in the depths of the Een Chi's ancestral land. After he completely fell out with the Een Chi's clan, he could activate the coordinate jump ability attached to the system's title at any time and directly come to this place. Then, he could take this entire pool of Een Chi. Chapter 3405. Grotto Heaven Rank 3. Take a bath and take a shower? And have a wet sex? Upon hearing this, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were immediately stunned, and their expressions gradually became strange. They had clearly misunderstood the so-called wet sex. They thought that the desolate ancient great young master in front of them was in the mood for that kind of thing. It was understandable. After all, he had been in that dried-up innately cold land for hundreds of millions of years. Now, he had finally found a nest of bastard descendants. He had probably seen many beautiful women among the Een demon clansmen who were worshipping them. Now that he suddenly had this kind of interest, it was inevitable. However, the clan leader, the Een Emperor, was still in seclusion in the deepest part of the pond, while the old ancestor was playing with the beauties in the shallow part of the pond. The clan leader could see everything as soon as he raised his head. This was really a bit inappropriate. However, Een Chi and the other two were already deeply poisoned, and they couldn't care so much. In any case, the clan leader, the Een Emperor, was in seclusion and wouldn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. Although the old ancestor was doing this kind of thing with the beauties of the clan above his head, the clan leader wouldn't know anyway, so they could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Most importantly, they couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Normally, when male cultivators were in the mood, they would be impatient and want to immediately get on the horse, let alone the old ancestor, who was a desolate ancient great young master. If they really disobeyed him on this matter, the netherworld claw inheritance that was about to be in their hands would immediately be gone. Thinking like this, Een Chi and the other two immediately summoned a group of beauties from their clan. All of them were like flowers and jade. When they heard that the old ancestor wanted to favor them, they were extremely excited. As soon as they arrived, They stripped naked and moved closer to Yixian. The latter was so scared that he repeatedly shouted, "Back off, back off, this old ancestor is used to doing it himself, it's fine if I do it myself." He was referring to taking a bath, but the surrounding people interpreted it as that matter, and they were all shocked. Doing it himself? After all this time, the old ancestor was actually a lover. It was no wonder. After being sealed in that dried-up cold land for hundreds of millions of years, he could only do it himself. It had probably become a habit. With that thought, Qi and the other two immediately sighed and brought the resentful beauties of the clan to do it. They had to appease the resentment of the beauties of the clan. Yixian was too lazy to pay attention to all this. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had retreated, he had to make the best use of the time and brand the personal interstellar coordinates of the second universe's plane. Everything was the same as before. When Yixian ordered the system to start the brand of the second universe's coordinates, the system's notification quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi, step by step. He began the process step by step. Of the system. First, a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was refined into a special brand. Then, this primordial spirit brand was shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it to the void where the Yin pond was, fitting, and finally completely fusing with it. Although it was already the third time, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of his own primordial spirit still made Yixian unable to adapt. It was simply difficult to describe with words. After a lot of effort, after separating the strand of primordial spirit, Yixian still couldn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomfort of the damage to his primordial spirit and force himself to be alert. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense the strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal, and this was the third time he was familiar with the process. In the end, it was the process of fusing this successfully condensed primordial spirit brand into the void in front of him. Yixian paid close attention to the whole process, from connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit brand with it and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, and even his whole person was a little on edge. After a total of half a day's work, his personal space coordinates in the second universe finally perfectly fused into the void where the Yin pond was located. After a flash, it completely stabilized and disappeared, and even Yixian couldn't catch it. During the whole process, he wasn't disturbed at all. Although there was a Yin demon clan leader at the bottom of the pool, that old guy was in closed-door training, and all his thoughts and feelings were sealed in his body. Even if someone walked up to him and farted in his face, he wouldn't have any reaction. To Yixian's surprise, after this personal space coordinates of the second universe were branded, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. There were two prompts, and one of them was related to a breakthrough in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branding your personal space coordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of Qi and blood. Current realm. Level 3 of the Tao Insight realm. A breakthrough? Yixian was stunned, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Soon he understood. After all, he was soaking in this Yin pond, and his whole body was bathed in a large amount of innate cold liquid. Moreover, his current state was the nether body, which was activated by the nether claw. For the nether body, this kind of innate cold Yin liquid was the best thing to temper one's body. Previously, when Yixian's nether body was imprinted with the coordinates of the second universe, he unknowingly started to cultivate. As a result, the cultivation level of his physical body was able to break through a small level, so naturally, he was able to succeed. This was a pleasant surprise, and Yixian was very happy. This trip to the Yin nest was really not in vain. Not only did he get back the green jade ruler, which recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King, he also obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures of the Yin attribute and rare minerals. Moreover, he obtained 10,000 cubic meters of innate cold liquid. Even his cultivation realm had a small breakthrough when he was branding his personal space coordinates in the second universe. However, at this point, he had almost obtained all the benefits in the Yin nest. He had already soaked in the core of the ancestral land, so what good things could there be that they did not take out? Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to get up, thinking that there was no more benefit in the Yin nest, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an undying imperishable bead. Do you want to collect it immediately? Undying imperishable bead? Yi Xian was startled and immediately frowned. It seemed that the undying imperishable bead that Ling Hu Ju threw into the Shenong cauldron was indeed taken from the Yin demon clan. Besides that one, there was actually another one in the core Yin pond of the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. This item could be considered a rare treasure. Although it was not a good thing, it could not be left in the hands of the enemy. The threat was too great. Yi Xian did not hesitate to collect it immediately. Chapter 3406. Sea of Abyss Turtles. After the second undying imperishable pearl was collected by Yi Xian, it was directly thrown into the Shenong cauldron in his undying world. It was suppressed at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, just like the first undying imperishable pearl. This kind of thing was too evil. Yi Xian didn't dare to touch it. Even if he kept it in his undying world, he didn't dare to touch it. It was too evil. After doing all this, the entire Yin demon race really didn't have anything to gain anymore. The various cold attribute treasures and rare ores in the Yin nest had already been dug up by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao and given to him. Even the treasures and resources in their hands were the same. Even the forbidden Yin pool had been filled with nearly 1/6 of the innate Yin cold liquid by Yin Qi and handed over to Yi Xian. Although there was still a large amount of cold Yin liquid left behind, Yi Xian had already imprinted his interstellar coordinates here. In the future, if he wanted to wipe them all out, he could come over at any time. He didn't need to worry about this. This was simply like a swarm of locusts passing through, or even worse. However, whether it was Yin Qi and the other Yin demon clan elders or the other Yin demon clan members, they were all willing to do this. Other than Yi Xian, there was probably no one else who could do such a thing. In their eyes, the greatest treasure now was Yi Xian himself. He was the legendary young master of the Netherworld race. As long as he was happy, he could pass down the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race. Then, not only would the person who obtained the bloodline ability gain another powerful ability, the bloodline in their body would also revert to its ancestral roots and reconstruct the Netherworld race's body. When that time came, their cultivation would definitely soar. If it wasn't for this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiao, and the other 3 Yin demon clan elders wouldn't have been so willing to let Yi Xian exploit them so wantonly. Seeing Yi Xian walk over from the direction of the Yin pond with a refreshed expression, Yin Qi and the other 2 clan elders, who had just finished their absurd conversation with the group of girls in their clan, immediately had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The old ancestor was indeed different. After doing that, he was even more energetic than before. This was really like seeing a ghost. As he muttered to himself, Yin Qi seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. His eyes instantly widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yi Xian and said in shock, "Ancestor, your cultivation level?" "Oh, I just took a bath and felt good, so I broke through a small level." Yi Xian didn't think much of it and casually replied, "What? So good that he directly broke through his cultivation? F*****. What kind of realm was this? Could it be that the old ancestor had trained a sharpshooter in that dried-up, innately cold land? Was realm breakthrough achieved by shooting? They had no choice. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Yin Qi and the other 2's faces were filled with admiration. In all honesty, they were not pretending this time, but from the bottom of their hearts. An existence that could break through the realm with a single shot was unprecedented. The ancestor could be considered a freak, and he was probably not inferior to the 2 peerless freaks of the human clan. At least, they hadn't heard of those 2 having this ability. After taking all the benefits from the Yin nest, the things that Yi Xian muttered in his mind had already changed. He had finished plundering everything, but the human resources were still there. Tens of thousands of Yin demon clan clansmen, if they all came out of the nest and followed him to the Nether Turtle Sea. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. It was one thing to have a group of hired thugs, but the most important thing was that these hired thugs were treating him like an ancestor. That was a totally different matter. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he or she would have to kill over 10,000 demons first. This was definitely the rhythm of running amok in the sea of hellish turtles. After all, the demon race was a notorious race in the second universe. The bodies of this race were extremely energy with the cold attribute. They could transform into other races and switch between flesh and energy at will. As a result, it was extremely difficult to kill them. In addition, the members of this race were vengeful. Therefore, even in the second universe, where martial arts were fierce and life and death battles could be seen everywhere, very few people were willing to provoke the demon race. Sigh, your nest is too small. This old ancestor can just walk around casually. It's really boring. Yi Xian deliberately sighed and continued, forget it. You guys just stay in the nest. This old ancestor will go out for a walk. Previously, I was sealed in that innately cold place for who knows how many years. I've long been bored out of my wits. I really can't sit still. Yes. This is only because of you, old ancestor. If it were someone else, they would have died of boredom. Old ancestor, you should go out more. It's rare for you to come out. Naturally, you should go out and see more. But after all, you just came out and haven't recovered your strength. You're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, 3rd level. There are so many bad people out there. In Little Nine's opinion, it's better for us bastards to take the 180 little bastards out with you. That's right. If old ancestor has any errands, it's better to have someone to listen to you. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to leave, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao immediately panicked. This old ancestor was a little unreliable. What if he didn't come back after going out? Wouldn't they cry when they came back? Thinking of this, they immediately made their decision. Each of them decided to take some subordinates of their race to follow the old ancestor. They could not only protect the old ancestor, but also keep an eye on him and not let this great opportunity slip away. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bring 180 people to follow me? Oh, how dare this old ancestor make such a big show? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, no need. This old ancestor appreciates the intentions of you bastards, okay? I don't need to trouble you to serve me all the way. Go do what you need to do. This was obviously sarcasm. Yin Qi and the other 2 were all old foxes. How could they not see it? However, the 3 of them didn't think too much about it because they had already made the first impression. This old fellow had an eccentric temperament. He was a desolate ancient hedonist young master who liked to show off the most. He obviously liked to show off, but he always said that this old ancestor had always kept a low profile. Now, he was obviously dissatisfied that this old ancestor was going out for an inspection with only a few hundred demon clansmen following behind him. This was a really shabby rhythm. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but regret it so much that their intestines almost turned green. Their brains weren't bright. They actually forgot about the old ancestor's pretentious character in a moment of carelessness. This unexpectedly left a bad impression. It was simply not worth the loss. Thinking of this, the 3 of them immediately put on a smiling face and hurriedly spoke again in a hurry to remedy the situation. Oh, old ancestor, look at what you're saying. You're going out for an inspection, so how can you not have a bunch of little bastards following you to serve you? Yes. Hee. The 180 mentioned just now were referring to the delicate beauties in the clan. As for the guards and the like, you have to bring at least 8,000 of them. That's right. According to Little Ninth's idea, 2,000 of them will be enough to guard the ancestral land's nest. The rest will all be dispatched together and follow the old ancestor out for an inspection. Chapter 3407. Nether Turtle Sea? What's that? A place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath? What's so fun about that? I'm not going. Hearing that these 3 fellows were tactful, they finally changed their words. They decided that other than leaving 2,000 demon clansmen to guard their nest, the other 10,000 clansmen would all follow him out. Only then was Yi Xian satisfied. Yi Xian was even more satisfied when they mentioned the Nether Turtle Sea. However, he didn't show it on his face. He waved his hand and rejected the idea. On the side, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They wiped the black lines on their foreheads and then explained. Forefather, you don't know. The Nether Turtle Sea is really not a place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath. The Nether Turtle Sea is the name of a star region. Just like the star region where my clan's ancestral land, the Yin Nest, is located is called the Shadow Devil Star region. The reason why the Nether Turtle Sea is called this name is because the Nether Turtle clan's ancestral land is located in that star region. Since turtles were originally creatures of water, that star region is called the Nether Turtle Sea. The Nether Turtle clan is not a bunch of old bastards. They are also one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Of course, we don't care about the top 10 clans at all. They don't dare to offend us. This is all because of forefathers' prestige. After all, we old bastards all have the blood of the primordial Netherworld clan flowing in our veins. The Nether Turtle clan also has the blood of a supreme existence from the primordial antiquity era flowing in their veins. This supreme existence is called the Void Turtle. Oh, forefather, I know. It's that bastard. Without waiting for the three old fellows to finish speaking, Yi Xian slapped his thigh, and an expression of enlightenment immediately appeared on his face. Void Tortoise, I know that the tortoise's body is extremely big, and is different from the normal body of my Netherworld race and the desolate ancient Yiksha race. Once the tortoise's entire body is revealed, it will be comparable to a universe plane, and its claws will be as big as a star domain. Even the primordial supreme being like the golden divine dragon is smaller than him. Back then, forefather brought me to meet him. At that time, I crawled on that bastard's shell and rolled around. I even peed on it. I didn't expect this Nether Turtle to be his descendant. Speaking of which, the Nether Turtle clan has to call me ancestor when they see me. Back then, Emperor Father and that bastard were on the same side. It's a pity that I didn't participate in the battle because I was too young, so I was left in the ancestral land of the clan. Later on, I received news that Emperor Father's bloodline was defeated. I don't know the details. I only know that Emperor Father's eye of heavenly Tao was cut open by Emperor Father's nether claw. After that, I was sealed. When I woke up again, it was already hundreds of millions of years later. I don't know if forefather is still alive. Is that bastard still alive? Is he 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 still alive? At the end of his speech, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. He pretended to be so that he could pave the way for what he was going to say later. On the other hand, Yin Qi and the others who were at the side were already stunned by the ancient secrets revealed in his words. They only knew a little about it from the genealogy of the Yin Demon clan. They knew that there were two huge camps in the primordial era and a mysterious great battle broke out. In that battle, the forefather of the Yin Demon clan, the Netherworld Great Emperor, used the supreme Netherworld Claw to cut the commander of the opposing camp, the Eye of the Heavens, who was suspected to be a doppelganger of the Will of the Heavens in the primordial era, into two. That was all there was to it. They were fascinated by everything related to that battle, but they didn't know anything about it. Now, when they heard their ancestors speak casually, they finally found out that their bloodline ancestor, the Netherworld Emperor, was actually on the same side as the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor, the Void Colossus, during that unparalleled battle all those years ago. Moreover, once the Void Colossus revealed its true form, it was actually even larger than in existence like the divine gold dragon, and a swing of its claw was capable of destroying an entire region. What was even more shocking was that the ancestor in front of them had actually rolled and peed on the back of the Void Giant Turtle. Existences like the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Turtle were definitely the most powerful existences in the primordial era. The ancestor in front of them could pee on the back of the Void Giant Turtle when he was still young. It could be seen that the Netherworld Great Emperor was also an existence of this level. As expected of the supreme existence that could split the commander of the enemy camp, the Eye of the Heaven Tao, who was suspected to be a clone of the primordial Heaven Tao, into two with a single claw. It was really heaven-defying and truly extraordinary. When they thought like this, Xianxia and the others were filled with heroic spirits. Even though they didn't know if the forefather of the Netherworld great emperor had perished, at least the young master, the ancestor before them, had survived. Moreover, he possessed the complete Netherworld claw bloodline ability. Once it was passed down, the future of the Demon clan would simply be limitless. At least, compared to the Netherworld Turtle clan that was in the same camp as the Void Giant Turtle clan, they were really too lucky. When they thought up to here, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but feel slightly sad for the loss of the Netherworld Turtle clan, and they shook their heads and sighed before continuing to introduce the Netherworld Turtle clan to Yixian. Speaking of which, the Netherworld Turtle clan is really pitiful. I didn't know that their forefather was in the same camp as our Netherworld Great Emperor before, so I didn't feel anything. Now, I really can't bear it. That's right. The Netherworld Turtle clan actually has nothing to do with the so-called underworld territory. They are all living beings with flesh and blood. The reason why they are called Netherworld Turtles is because although they are alive, they are as good as dead, so they are called Netherworld Turtles. The bloodline inheritance of the Netherworld Turtle clan is said to be a kind of primordial void technique. It was originally engraved on an ancient turtle shell, and it was the clan's most precious treasure. However, the ancient turtle shell collapsed and was lost at some point in time. From then on, the Netherworld Turtle clan lost their bloodline inheritance, and even the spiritual sustenance of the clan was gone. However, the Turtle clan has a long life, and all of them have become living fossils, just like living dead turtles, so they are called the Netherworld Turtle clan. If it wasn't for the long life of this clan and the existence of a few terrifying old monsters, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe and would have been exterminated long ago. Sigh, how pitiful! It was the first time that Yixian had heard these words, so the shock in his heart was rather strong. He hadn't even seen the Netherworld Turtle clan, yet he'd already felt a dejected and decaying aura assault his face just from the description of Xianxia and the others. When he thought about how these Netherworld Turtles were all descendants of the Void Turtle clan, even if they were bastards with impure bloodlines, they were more or less related, yet now they'd fallen into such a state. Instantly, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he'd taken the void technique to be his fundamental cultivation technique since a long time ago. If he really had to speak of it, it could be said to be of the same origin as these Netherworld Turtles. Chapter 3408. Keep strangers away now, everything was settled. It was even to the extent that the objective of heading to the Nether Turtle Sea this time was decided in advance under the guidance of Yixian. Moreover, everything was done in a logical manner, and it didn't arouse the suspicion of Xianxia and the others at all. In truth, Xianxia and the others were extremely willing to be on good terms with the Nether Turtle clan. The Dark Turtle race was not one of the top 10 races in the Federation of the Second Universe, but in terms of overall strength, they were not far from the top. However, their clan's faith had been lost. All of the Dark Turtles had lost their clan's sacred tool, which was the ancient turtle shell. All of them were dejected and had long since stood aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, they were ranked in the lower middle of the 10 greats. But in reality, because all the clansmen of this clan had long lives, they could live for millions of years. Therefore, although there were not many abyss turtles in the clan, only 1,000 or so, each and every one of them was a top-notch expert. Among them, there were several nether turtles at the level of living fossils that had not appeared in the world for hundreds of millions of years. It was as if the real turtles had died, but in fact they were still alive. It was said that they already possessed cultivation strength that far exceeded the 15th great realm hundreds of millions of years ago. It was simply impossible to imagine what level they had reached now. It was precisely because of this that even though the Dark Turtle clan only had a total of over 1,000 clansmen, and all of them stood aloof from worldly affairs, they had always been ranked among the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. Anyone would be willing to be on good terms with such a powerful race. However, in the past, the Demon race wouldn't even dare to think about it. Firstly, they didn't have the foundation. Secondly, it was simply impossible. But it was different now. Their ancestor, Huan Ming, was an existence that had rolled and urinated on the back of the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor all those years ago. So, with this connection, they had the qualifications and possibility to form a good relationship with the Nether Turtle clan. To the Nether Tortoise race, they might not care about the face of the Een Devil tribe's patriarch, the Een Emperor, but they had to give face to Patriarch Huan Ting. Otherwise, they would be going against the bloodline race's patriarch and not putting the void bastard in their eyes. Therefore, Een Qi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao originally intended to accompany ancestor Huan Jing on this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea. However, things were different now. If they could really help the Nether Turtle clan find the lost sacred artifact of the clan, even if it was just a fragment of the ancient turtle shell, they would definitely be able to obtain it. In addition to the relationship between Patriarch Huan Ting and the Een Devil race, perhaps the Een Devil race would be able to form an alliance with the Nether Turtle race. If they really succeeded, the Een Demon race would no longer need to be a fence-sitter that was ridiculed behind their backs by the myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. They would have a solid ally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had a backer. In the future, if anyone dared to provoke the Een Demon race, the Nether Turtle race would be the first to oppose them. Just thinking about it made them feel good. Those old bastards were all very stubborn fellows. Once they recognized an ally, they wouldn't easily abandon it. Who wouldn't want such a stubborn backer or shield? At the thought of this, Een Qi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They were even more enthusiastic about this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea than Yi Xian, and they urged them to set off on the same day. The latter was just what they wanted, so they agreed after some hesitation. Immediately, apart from leaving behind 2,000 clansmen to guard the nest, the remaining 10,000 or so clansmen left the nest under the leadership of Een Qi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao, the three elders of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Considering Joy Thump ancestors' pretentious nature, as well as the birth of the bloodline progenitor of the Een Devil clan, Een Qi and the other two had spent a lot of effort in making arrangements for the procession. Although the Joy Puppet ancestor was an expert of the Grotto Heaven realm, his status was extremely noble. Naturally, they couldn't be too casual about this trip. Therefore, Een Qi and the other two took out a primordial treasure-level chariot from the clan's treasury. It was simple and unadorned, made of bronze, and emitted a strong primordial aura. It was only the size of a palm when kept, but once activated, it was 1,000 feet long. The chariot shaft was made of bronze, and it was pulled by 9 green dragons in the form of energy. The extravagance was simply astounding. Those who didn't know would think that a real primordial supreme expert had descended to the mortal world. This treasure didn't have any offensive abilities, but its speed and defensive abilities were extraordinary. However, it still couldn't enter Yi Xian's eyes. The reason why it could be appraised as a primordial treasure was because of its extravagance, limitless extravagance. In short, this 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was definitely a divine artifact, but its practicality could be completely ignored. The Een Emperor of the Een Demon clan had obtained this Luan for many years, but he had never dared to sit on it before. This was because he was afraid of being beaten to death. Even a grand universe almighty was like this, so one could well imagine how luxurious and hateful it was to the point where the roots of one's teeth itched. However, this treasure was just right for the Joy Puppet ancestors' temperament. Therefore, when the three thought of it and took it out, they immediately offered it to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't like it, thinking about his current identity, it was a perfect match. Therefore, he refined it on the spot. This treasure phoenix would be his in the future. The 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was so stunning. 9 energy-formed azure dragons pulled the chariot, and the body of the chariot was 300 meters long. It was like a moving temporary imperial residence, so it naturally couldn't be too lacking in terms of maids. Een Qi and the other two arranged for 500 beautiful Een Demon women to serve on the Azure Phoenix chariot. There were countless kinds of spirit wine and spirit fruits, and there were many things that Yi Xian hadn't eaten before. It was simply too extravagant. After the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot, there was an army of more than 10,000 Een Demons. They were orderly and awe-inspiring, and the leaders were 3 elders. This kind of extravagance was something that even the patriarch of the Yin demon race, Yin Emperor, couldn't enjoy. When the experts of the second universe saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They felt as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As this huge and luxurious army gradually moved away, the news quickly spread. The entire second universe was in an uproar. All the powers and experts were secretly guessing who was inside this 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot that made people feel so envious and jealous that the roots of their teeth itched. Who exactly was the supreme existence inside this 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot? Especially the azure phoenix chariot, there was a huge flag with the word Huan written on it, which made people's imaginations run wild. However, no matter how the great powers racked their brains, they couldn't think of any supreme existence in the history of the Yin demon race who had the word Huan in their name. Even in the second universe, among the supreme experts in the entire 3 universes, there was no one with the word Huan in their name. For a moment, the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot of the Yin demon race, as well as the supreme existence with the word Huan in their name sitting inside the chariot, became a figure that stirred up a storm in the blink of an eye. Countless powers and experts from the 3 universes gathered their gazes. Chapter 3409. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Pretty Boy Roll Over Universe 2, The Edge of the Nether Turtle Sea. Ever since the news of the primordial evil artifact Yenluo being born here spread, the Nether Turtle Sea had become the focus of the 3 universes. After all, this was a treasure from the primordial era. Almost all of the 4 peerless geniuses of the primordial era were famous because of this treasure. No force could underestimate the birth of the Yenluo. All of them sent their fleets and experts to fight for it. When Yi Xian led the Yin Demon clan's army out of their nest and arrived at the edge of the Nether Turtle Sea, their surroundings were already in an uproar. The fleets of all the major forces spread out and covered a large area of the Nether Turtle Sea. This was the second universe, so among the fleets in the surrounding void space, the races of the second universe occupied the majority of them. In addition to the Inji clan, Raging Bull clan, Greedy Wolf clan, Colorful Python clan, Golden Eagle clan, and other powerful clans that appeared in the Heavenly War Empire, there were many more clans that Yi Xian could not name. Only the master of this Nether Turtle Sea, the Nether Turtle clan, did not appear. Other than that, there were the human forces from Universe 3. In the human technology camp, there were many forces from the Immortal dynasty. In the gene cultivation fluid field, there were Bodhi technology, Celestial biotech, Shenong gene, the Shenyuan, Huangfu, Nangong families from the 3 empires, the Tuoba, Gong, Changyu, Duanmu, Wu, and Shinta families, as well as the Huyen, Bailey, Pengcheng pharmaceuticals, life genes, and other powerful forces. There were even more forces in other domains. As for the cultivation camp, the Tenju Celestial Palace, the mysterious Buddhist sect, and other large and small sects sent teams. Yi Xian saw many familiar faces in these teams: Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and so on. In the distance, there were 2 figures faintly discernible. They were Fairy Yin Xia and Xiaoyao Zi. They had suffered a loss in the Heavenly War Empire and lost a lot of face. Even now, they were a little more low-key. In addition, the Wanluo Federation headquarters also sent 2 fleets. One of them was the Sinlan fleet of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Its commander was still Yi Xian's old enemy, Hongdou Laifeng. Other than that, the great Prince Long Xiong was also in the fleet. In addition, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, who had been beaten up by Yi Xian, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Su Biqing, also appeared. As for the older generation, each of the 3 empires had sent ancestor Qin Kuan level figures. On the Heavenly War Empire's side were Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Old Devil Zhan Tu, and his old friend, the eyebrowless ugly ghost. These 2 guys chased Yi Xian all the way to the second universe, but they lost track of him. In the end, they were unwilling to give up and just happened to hear about the birth of Yenluo, so they came to join in the fun. In addition, the Immortal dynasty's imperial family dormitory also had a dormitory elder of the 15th Great Realm. He was also Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the last city lord of the Death Starfield's dormitory elder city, Long Ziwen. Seeing so many old acquaintances, Yi Xian thought that Triumph City would also come to join in the fun, but in the end he didn't see them at all after searching around. He didn't know if old Devil Jean too remembered his words and said that Triumph City was now focusing on development and making a fortune in silence. They wouldn't participate in other things. Or maybe that old guy calculated that he was already involved with this matter using his heaven measuring technique, so there was no need for him to lead a team to join in the fun. But in short, since Triumph City's team didn't come, Yi Xian was relieved. Although there were many acquaintances around, except for the fleets of the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru, the three girls' families, Yi Xian could casually destroy all the other forces and fleets without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. These were the forces and fleets that appeared on the surface, but they had already spread out over a large area of the void. In the dark, there were many other forces and races that were lying dormant. For example, the fleets of the Tianji clan and their slaves from the first universe. There were also other races in the second universe that didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation. Because these races didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation, even if they came, they would quietly lie dormant in the dark. The only exception was the Yin Demon clan. They were definitely an anomaly. The Yin Demon clan was originally more low-key and walked a sinister path. But this time, it was as if they were convulsing and were completely different. At present, the Yin Demon clan occupied a small area of the void. The bronze carriage at the front was extremely eye-catching. Looking around, there were many forces in the surroundings, but there was absolutely no force that was so showy. Because of this, the Yin Demon clan's camp had become the focus of almost everyone. The eyes of all the experts of the major forces were all cast in this direction. After all, the Yin Demon clan only had a total of slightly more than 10,000 people. This time, almost all of them had come out, but Yin Qi and the other two elders were still waiting outside the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage like coachmen. This kind of treatment was absolutely unimaginable even for the clan leader, the Yin Emperor. Around them, a large number of experts were privately discussing spiritedly. Yi Xian's ears were quite sharp as well. He'd heard almost everything clearly and was almost certain of it. For example, the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru, were saying, "Humph, I wonder which old bastard is sitting in this showy carriage. Just looking at him makes me hate him. He was even more showy than that big bastard. No matter how I look at him, I feel uncomfortable." In such a solemn occasion, there was actually music and dancing in the carriage. There were also quite a few Oriole voices. It was clear that they were seeking pleasure. This young miss was angry. If this young miss knew who was sitting in the carriage, she would definitely skin him alive. Another example was the 10,000 Luo Federation's Overwatch Council Blue Fleet. As the commander of the fleet, the deputy supervisor of the Federation, Hongdou Laifeng, flew out of the main flagship. After patrolling the surroundings, he seemed to have been disturbed by the music of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. After frowning and glancing over, his face suddenly darkened. He immediately snorted and muttered, "Humph, pretentious, who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly angry. When he saw Hongdou Laifeng earlier, he was already a little angry and had been holding it in. He didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to provoke him. If he could suppress the anger in his heart, he might explode. Thinking like this, Yi Xian changed his tone and a sarcastic voice instantly sounded out from the Nine Dragons' Azure Lawn carriage. "Hey, that pretty boy over there, come and count. This ancestor finds you more pleasing to the eye and wants to take good care of you. In 3 breaths, get over here." "Pretty boy? Want to take care of me? In 3 breaths, get over here?" Hearing this, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding void were suddenly in an uproar. Even Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu were dumbfounded. They were in chaos in an instant. As for Hongdou Laifeng, his entire person was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Chapter 3410. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The ancestors' love for men. "Hey, the pretty boy over there, come and kowtow to me. I like you and want to take care of you. Come here within 3 breaths." As Yi Xian's sarcastic voice sounded out, the surrounding space instantly went into an uproar. The old monster in the 9 Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage of the Yin Demon clan was actually an old pervert. Under such circumstances, he actually took a fancy to Hongdou Lifeng and wanted to take care of him on the spot? This was too shocking. Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and the other Ancestor Qian Kun were stunned. They stared blankly at the 9 Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage that was surrounded by tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. The surrounding Void experts all had weird expressions on their faces. They looked at the 9 Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage and then at Hongdou Lifeng. Their faces were full of ambiguity. To be honest, Hongdou Lifeng's appearance was indeed quite good. He was very pleasing to the eye. Although this person was a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s, he had a white face without a beard. Moreover, he had a head of elegant long hair and was quite handsome. He didn't like to speak, but he always gave people an incomparably calm and mature feeling. It wasn't too much to say that he was a pretty boy. It was just that no one thought about it before. Now that the old monster of the Yin Demon clan mentioned it in public, the more the experts looked at him, the more they felt that it was true. However, his cultivation was indeed not bad. He was slightly stronger than Yin Qi and the other two. He was at the 13th realm, the 5th level of the Mystic Light realm. Yin Qi and the other two were only at the 12th level, the Void realm. Although they were at the later stage of the Void realm, Hongdou Lifeng was indeed half a realm stronger than them. After all, among the 5 deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council in the Federation headquarters, Hongdou Lifeng had always been ranked first. If one were to count carefully, he was the most trusted subordinate of the Overwatch Council's Long Huai. Moreover, this time, Hongdou Lifeng was the commander of the Sunlan Fleet, one of the 2 fleets of the Federation headquarters. He had a high status and authority. Now that he was called a gigolo in public, he was instantly furious when he wanted to take pity on him. He roared like thunder, "Old monster of the Yin Demon clan, don't pretend to be crazy and provoke me. Otherwise, I will definitely suppress you. Don't make a mistake." It was no wonder that he was so fearless. The Yin demons had moved out in full force. Although there were more than 10,000 of them, there were still 2 fleets of the Federation behind him. Putting aside the other fleet that he didn't have a good relationship with, at least the blue fleet in Hongdou Lifeng's hands was quite sizable. 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were close to 100,000 Federation soldiers inside, and they were completely unafraid of the enemy. This was especially so for the Yin Devil clan. Although the 3 elders of the Yin Devil clan were present, they were only at the 12th stage of the Void realm and were inferior to Hongdou and Lifeng. The one who truly made people apprehensive was their clan leader, the Yin Emperor. However, it was rumored that this person had always been in a life and death seclusion. As long as he didn't come out, in the eyes of true experts, the Yin Devil clan didn't need to fear them. If they were truly angered, Hongdou Lifeng was even confident that he could suppress Yin Qi and the others in one fell swoop, including the perverted old monster in the flashy 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Although this person was mysterious, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan, right? Hearing Hongdou Lifeng's warning words, Yin Qi and the other 2 immediately felt awkward. The 3 of them also secretly complained in their hearts. This old ancestor was really too monstrous. It was probably because he had been locked in that already dried-up Yin and cold land for too long. Every day, he played with himself and actually had this kind of habit of being gay. However, the person who was pleasing to the eye was actually one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation. His cultivation was at the 13th stage of the Mystic Light realm, and the 3 of them weren't his match at all. At this moment, facing Hongdou Lifeng's warning, the 3 of them were about to turn red, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to stand out, but that they couldn't beat the other party, let alone bring him over for the old ancestor to play with. If they really did make a move, they would be asking for humiliation. Even the old ancestor would be mocked by the experts of the surrounding forces, which was not good. In this situation, the 3 of them looked at each other and secretly communicated. They decided that if the old ancestor didn't say anything, they would pretend that this matter didn't happen. After all, Hongdou Laifeng was also one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation, so he shouldn't continue to pester them. Although this would cause them to lose a lot of face, it was better than actually making a move and being completely slapped in the face. Unfortunately, although the three of them had made a good plan, the old ancestor didn't plan to cooperate at all. Just as Yin-Chi and the others were feeling apprehensive, the gloomy voice from the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage behind them sounded again. 3 breaths have passed. Gigolo, you dare to disobey this old man? Today, I'll first turn you into a stick, then slowly play with you, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. It was as if a weak dark green light shot out from the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Its speed was extremely fast, and even the supreme experts of the universe in the distance couldn't react in time. Almost at the same time, a skinny dark green ghost claw suddenly appeared in front of Hongdou Laifeng without any warning. It wasn't very big, only the size of a meter, and it disappeared in a flash. The moment the dark green ghost claw suddenly disappeared, Hongdou Laifeng let out a miserable howl. His arms and legs were all cut off at the roots, and they left his body with a rain of blood. He was really turned into a stick in an instant. This scene was too strange, and it happened too suddenly. All the experts in the surroundings were stunned. A supreme existence at the middle and late stage of the mystic light realm at the 13th level was reduced to a human stick so easily? Heavens, what is the cultivation of that old pervert in the Azure Phoenix carriage? This kind of divine ability is too terrifying. He was actually able to turn a late-stage profound light realm expert into a stick in the blink of an eye from 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying divine ability! Netherworld Claw. This old man remembers now. This is the legendary Netherworld Claw. How is this possible? This divine ability is the bloodline divine ability of the desolate Netherworld race. Although a trace of the Netherworld race's bloodline flows in the Yin demon race's body, unless they completely revert to their ancestors, they definitely won't be able to reproduce such a terrifying divine ability. It is said that the reason why the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin race, entered a life and death seclusion several hundred years ago was to revert his bloodline to its ancestor. Could it be that he has already succeeded? No, this isn't the Yin Emperor's voice, and his style is even more different. Furthermore, this old man has fought the Yin Emperor twice before, and he definitely doesn't have this kind of homosexual nature. Who is this monster? Why is he able to use the bloodline divine ability of the Netherworld race? Didn't this race already go extinct in the late stage of the desolate ancient era? As cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings, Yi Xian's eccentric voice rang out from the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage once again. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiu, what are you 3 old bastards still standing around for? Hurry up and bring that stick over for this ancestor. This kind of pretty boy is rare, so I need to properly play with him. Hearing this summon and seeing how terrifying the Netherworld Claw was, the old ancestor was able to turn a late-stage mystic light realm cultivator into a human stick from thousands of kilometers away. Even though it was a sneak attack, there was still a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still shocking enough. Chapter 34:11. To live as long as heaven-seeing Yi Xian used the Netherclaw divine ability once again and turn Hongdou, who was at the late stage of the profound light realm, into a human rod with a single strike. Yin Qi and the other 2 were overjoyed. They realized that this was a great opportunity to establish their ancestors' might, so they immediately knelt down together as if they had a tacit understanding. The tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen around the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot had basically figured out this old ancestor's temper. At this moment, there was no need for Yin Qi and the other 2 to remind them. They immediately knelt together in the void. Before each of them knelt down, an uneven large bluestone slab appeared under their knees. Plop, plop, more than 10,000 figures simultaneously shrank by a large amount, and the sound of knees hitting the bluestone floor could be heard. This gave the experts of the various major forces in the surrounding void a great shock, and then they were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. Immediately after that, A thunderous roar rang out, and the voices of over 10,000 people converged into one. Patriarch Huan Ting, we are powerless. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the heavens. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately after the last word, there was the sound of a large number of figures falling into the void. Among the camps of the major forces, there were many experts who could not withstand it and almost fell into the void. The scene in front of them was too shocking. No matter what, they couldn't have imagined it. What era was this? There was actually such an old monster who liked this kind of thing? It was simply too shocking. Facing the strange, scrutinizing gazes of the experts from the various major forces, Yin Qi puffed up his chest and stepped forward. He said proudly, "Don't be negligent. My ancestor, Huan Ting, is the young master of the primordial netherworld race. Back then, in order to avoid the unprecedented battle in the primordial era, he was sealed by the netherworld great emperor in the primordial Yin Cold Land when he was young. He only came out recently. Counting the years, my ancestor's lifespan is boundless, and he has already lived for hundreds of millions of years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens." Furthermore, this Hongdou Laifeng actually dared to reprimand my ancestor in public. This is truly disrespectful. This matter must be explained. Otherwise, when those Dao protectors who were sealed together with my ancestor for hundreds of millions of years awaken, the entire 10,000 Federation will be in trouble. Those Dao protectors were already existences that surpassed the universe when they were first sealed by the netherworld great emperor hundreds of millions of years ago. Don't make a mistake. It was unknown if it was because he had been by Yi Xian's side for a period of time, but Yin Qi had also been infected with this kind of bragging problem. However, his image in the past was still quite reliable. At least, he would not make up nonsense. Coupled with his identity as a powerful elder of the Yin demon race, the credibility of his words at this moment was naturally very high. For a time, none of the experts from the various major forces in the surrounding void had any doubts. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock. The young master of the netherworld race? That's amazing, what a great origin. No wonder he can use the bloodline ability of the netherworld race, the netherworld claw. I didn't expect him to be in existence from the primordial era. He was sealed when he was young, so he avoided the unprecedented battle and lived from the primordial era to the present. My Yinji clan has a small amount of records related to that battle all those years ago. The netherworld emperor was indeed a figure that shocked a generation, and he'd once executed the divine ability of the Netherclaw to split the azure eye of the Heaven Dao into two. His combat strength was shocking, and I never imagined that his young son would actually survive until now. This is not the most shocking thing. Didn't you hear what Elder Yin Qi said? A few Dao protectors of the Netherworld were sealed by the Netherworld Emperor along with him, and they were similarly formidable members of the Netherworld clan from the primordial era. All those years ago, they were already supreme existences that had surpassed the universe realm, and they'd lived until now. Even if their cultivations had remained stagnant for a myriad of years, their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Apart from the Netherworld turtle race, among the races of the second universe, the Yin demon race has become the second race to be confirmed to have an existence that surpassed the universe realm. This is simply heaven-defying. Who dares to provoke them in the future? As these exclamations sounded, Hongdou Laifeng, who had been cut into a human stick 1,000 miles away, trembled. He was a late-stage mystic light realm expert at the 13th realm. After his limbs were cut off, he quickly regrown them with a secret technique. However, his vitality was greatly damaged, so he could not fight with others for the time being. In the small Federation fortresses behind him, some experts swarmed out and came to his rescue. However, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu were even faster. With a few whistling sounds, the three of them actually used a secret technique to teleport on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Hongdou Laifeng. Before he could react, a dark golden chain had already wrapped around the latter's neck. Hongdou Laifeng was shocked and immediately roared, "How dare you!" I am the Deputy Director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Let your sister out. It is your good fortune that the old ancestor has taken a liking to you. Stop talking nonsense and shut your beak. When the old ancestor plays later, there will be time for you to shout. Qi and the others felt that their words earlier had already shocked the experts of the various great powers in the surroundings. After all, a few Dao protectors of the netherworld whose cultivation had already surpassed the almighty figures of the universe during the primordial era were no joke. Although there were similar existences in the top forces of the three universes, they had never appeared and had not shown their faces even once in hundreds of millions of years. However, the Dao protectors of the Yin Demon clan were different. Their duty was to protect the young master of the netherworld. Now that the young master had woken up, how could the Dao protectors be far away? Just this alone was enough to deter the crowd. Therefore, the three of them were completely unrestrained. Although they knew that this was most likely a lie and had never heard Patriarch Huan Ting mention it, it was more than enough to scare the experts of the various large forces. At this moment, the three of them used the dark golden chain to lock Hongdou Lai Feng. In an instant, they used the teleportation ability again and dragged him back to the void occupied by the Yin Demon clan in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the sarcastic voice resounded out once more from within the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, and it carried a sense of praise. Not bad, you three old bastards are really efficient in handling matters, and you've won the heart of this ancestor. I'll remember your contribution in this matter. Hearing this strange voice in front of him, Hongdou Lai Feng, who was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside, suddenly trembled violently. This was definitely a temperamental old demon. Even the generals under his command were cursing him as an old bastard, but Qi and the other two were secretly delighted. Even the dignified elder of the Yin Devil clan was so unbearable in front of him. It was enough to show how powerful his despotic power was. How could he have a good time in the hands of such a perverted old demon? Thinking of this, Hongdou Lai Feng even wanted to die. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered, "Old ancestor, I didn't mean to offend you. What happened before was a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding your mother. Quickly get in and serve the old ancestor well. Before he finished speaking, Qi had lifted his foot and kicked Hongdou Lai Feng into the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Chapter 34:12. The ancestor is mighty. The Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage was an ancient treasure. Although it didn't have much battle power, and even its defensive abilities weren't satisfactory, its value was completely reflected in the level of showing off. It was extremely useless, and even Qi and the others didn't like it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily given it to Yi Xian. However, no matter how useless this phoenix carriage was, it was still an ancient treasure. Not to mention its other abilities, it was still quite powerful in terms of privacy. Even the most powerful people in the universe couldn't see the scene inside the phoenix carriage. In reality, if Yi Xian wanted to, he wouldn't even let out a sound. However, there were miserable cries ringing out from within the phoenix carriage. This was the result of his deliberate actions. "Ah, you old pervert! Save me, save me!" The miserable cries were incomparably shrill, sometimes mixed with one or two angry words like "old pervert," and then there were wolf howls. When they entered the ears of the powerful people in the surrounding space, their hairs stood on end. They subconsciously imagined the inhuman torture that Hongdou Lai Feng was suffering. Soon after, many people began to shiver. After all, Hongdou Lai Feng was a powerful person in the middle and late stages of the mystic light realm. If it was only physical pain, even if his bones were broken and his soul searched, he probably wouldn't howl so miserably. For him to howl like this, it was most likely torment of that level. Thinking of the netherworld race's young master's penchant for homosexual acts, everyone felt extremely disgusted. Goosebumps covered their bodies, and they felt their stomachs churn. As expected, an old monster couldn't be measured with common sense. Too much time had passed, and his mentality had long been deformed. It was unimaginable. This was just a small interlude, but the commotion it caused was not small. The experts of the various superpowers all had fear in their hearts. Regarding the Yin Devil clan, which was originally very difficult to deal with. Even more so, no one was willing to provoke them. However, Hongdou Liifeng was, after all, the deputy supervisor of the Wanluo Federation Overwatch Council. The other powers, including the royal elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal dynasty and the commander of another fleet in the Wanluo Federation headquarters, could ignore this matter. However, the Overwatch Council Blue Fleet that Hongdou Liifeng commanded could not remain uninvolved. The commander had been captured and was being tortured inhumanely. If they did nothing, they would all be dealt with according to military law when they returned. This Blue Fleet wasn't weak either. They had 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If they really disregarded everything, they had the power to fight to the death with the Yin demon race. Now that the situation was like this, Hongdou and Liifeng's 5 deputy generals had no choice but to fight the Yin demons to the end. A total of 20 large fortresses and small fortresses began to recharge. The muzzles of the main cannons appeared and aimed at the Yin demon camp in another corner of the void thousands of miles away. Immediately after, the threatening words of one of Hongdou's deputies rang out from one of the small fortresses. He demanded that Yin Qi and the others immediately hand over their commander, Hongdou Liifeng. Otherwise, they would fire together and fight to the death. This scene was actually within the expectations of the experts from the other forces. It was because of this that the Immortal Dynasty army, which also came from the Immortal Star, and the other fleet from the Wanluo Federation headquarters, had been holding back and not moving. Hongdou Liifeng had an entire fleet under his command here. It was not their turn to take action. In an instant, the atmosphere in this expanse of space tensed up once more. The Nether Turtle clan that the various great powers were waiting for had yet to appear, yet unexpected conflicts had already erupted one after another in the camps of the various great powers. The scene was bustling to the extreme, causing the experts of the various great powers who were waiting in the surrounding space to not feel bored from waiting. Not only did the good show play out one after another, it had not even ended yet. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Facing the situation, Yin Qi and the others were a little dumbfounded. This fleet was different from the other forces. It was directly under Hongdou Liifeng's command. They would definitely dare to fight to the end. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to report back. Before the 3 of them could come to a conclusion, Yi Xian's sarcastic voice rang out again from the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. He said lazily, "Didn't this ancestor just take a fancy to a pretty boy and get him to play with him first? I won't kill him. Is there a need for you to be so excited? What a killjoy. In addition, this guy is too weak. How long has it been?" He actually cracked after a few rounds. This bloody mess really makes this ancestor sick. Forget it, I've had a taste anyway. He's just an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless. This ancestor doesn't want him. I'll just return him to you. As he spoke, a figure had already flown out of the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. It was Hongdou Liifeng. His clothes didn't cover his body, and his exposed skin was bruised. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman torture. Facing the strange gazes of countless experts from the various factions, Hongdou Liifeng, who had lost his battle strength because of his heavy injuries, was thrown by Yi Xian. His body uncontrollably shot toward the Sunlan fleet. However, his face had long turned green. He howled miserably like a mad wolf. Don't believe him. I didn't lose my virginity. I didn't crack. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once this matter was mentioned, the gazes of all the experts immediately swept toward Hongdou Liifeng's buttocks with pity. Quite a few people sighed. Sai, the deputy director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, had been played by that old demon until he cracked. How could the word tragic be enough? No, it's not like that. That old demon didn't play with me. I really didn't crack. I didn't lose my virginity. Hongdou Liifeng howled miserably again. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was finished. This was why Yi Xian hadn't killed him in the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Letting him carry this big black pot and live well was more satisfying than directly killing him. In the void thousands of miles away, The commanders of the 20 large fortresses and small fortresses saw Commander Hongdou Liefeng's figure appear. Although he had been played with until he cracked, he had returned alive. Thus, they all wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and successively gave the order to stop charging. However, what no one expected was that while the Sunlon fleet was planning to settle the matter peacefully, the netherworld old monster in the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage suddenly attacked again. I've returned the person to you. However, you dared to threaten me in public just now. How should I deal with that? Along with the cold snort, before the starry sky powerhouses of the various camps could recover from their shock, a faint dark green light that was exactly the same as before shot out from the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a small fortress of the Sunlon fleet thousands of miles away. It was where the deputy commander's voice had come from. Chapter 34:13. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. This scene was very familiar. Even though the Netherworld race's Netherworld Claw was extremely powerful, Yixian's cultivation was still weak. Every time he used it, he would expend a lot of energy. This was the same as when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow. After all, these two abilities were the bloodline abilities of supreme beings of the primordial era. Since they were equally powerful, they would naturally expend the same amount of energy. Yixian had already used it a few times. Even though it seemed casual, he was just forcing himself to use it. However, this was necessary. He couldn't show any weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Compared to the time when he only used a sneak attack to turn Hongdou Liefeng, who was in the late stage of the mystic light realm, into a human rod, Yixian even used his claw to cut a small meteor in the void thousands of miles away in order to intimidate Yinqi. Even though this time, Yixian's netherworld claw was much closer, only thousands of miles away, his target was a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Therefore, it was much more difficult. As far as Yixian was concerned, the most direct difference was that the power of his cultivation, the power of his physical body, and the power of his blood had instantly reached a peak. Even though it wasn't like when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow when he was still very weak, almost all the energy in his body was drained and he fainted on the spot after shooting the arrow. However, it wasn't too far off. Luckily, Yixian had all kinds of treasures and spirit herbs in his hands. He also had a large amount of cultivation resources like multi-pupil sense crystals and star core sources. Therefore, after using the Netherworld Claw, he immediately took out a large amount of resources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system to recover at full speed. Everything was done secretly. After paying such a price, before Yixian could fully recover, his goal of using this attack to show off his strength had been successfully achieved. Rip! Boom! First, there was a crisp sound that sounded like a piece of silk being torn apart. Then, there was a huge explosion that covered the sky, shocking and illuminating a small part of the void. A steel battleship and a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was like a small meteor, but it was even more sturdy. However, at this moment, it was instantly cut in half by the giant dark green nether ghost claw. The sound of an explosion resounded. Countless electric sparks flickered, and flames soared into the sky. The small fortress that had been cut in half completely collapsed. A large amount of resources fell from the cut, and the figures of some Federation military experts scurried out in panic. This scene stunned everyone. That freak in the 9 Dragons Cyan Phoenix chariot was too cruel. He had only threatened him with a few words, but he had directly destroyed a small fort with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It had to be known that this was the Blue Fleet of the Wan Luo Federation's Overwatch Council. It was a powerful department of the Federation headquarters, yet the other party did not take it seriously at all. Amidst the shock, understanding rose in everyone's hearts. This freak old demon could not be provoked. He came from the later stage of ancient times hundreds of millions of years ago. He was the only son of the Emperor of the Netherworld. Presumably, he was used to running amok in the later stage of ancient times. In this world, he was even more fearless. Furthermore, behind him were a few Netherworld guardians whose cultivations and abilities far surpassed the 15th realm of Qiankuan. Once they were awakened, other than the most powerful hidden powers of the various major powers? Who in this world could face them head-on? Even Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the brow-less ancestor, who were at the 15th realm of Qianquan, couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. To cut a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in half was something they could also do with great ease. After all, they were powerful beings of Qianquan. However, they could not be like this killing god, stirring up such a disturbance over a small matter. He was too unrestrained and did not take the Wan Luo Federation seriously at all. It was best not to provoke such an existence. He was practically a madman. Even the Senlan fleet, who had a small fortress destroyed, swallowed their anger and did not continue to pursue the matter. The other party's background was too great. Since Commander Hongdou Laifeng had already returned, there was no need to continue fighting him head-on. The final plan of how to deal with the matter would be reported after returning to the Overwatch Council. The great gods in the Federation headquarters would naturally have an explanation. For a moment, the aces of the various major powers in the surrounding space all revealed fearful expressions. Only the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were in 3 different ships, seemed to have a telepathic connection. They quietly muttered to themselves at the same time. This style is so familiar, so cruel and unforgiving when reason is right. Why does it feel like it's exactly the same as that big bastard style? I must be hallucinating. This can't be real. How could it be him? If it's true, then it's really a big problem. I actually took a fancy to a pervert with homosexual tendencies. It's so creepy. An unexpected storm had come to an end. Yi Xian's goal had been achieved. Without a doubt, the Huan Ting Elder's cruel and domineering image had now been deeply ingrained in people's hearts and shocked everyone. From now on, in this sea of Hades turtles, there was basically no power who dared to provoke them lightly. It was also at this moment that there was finally movement in the vast sea of stars surrounded by the fleets of the various major powers. Previously, when the various major powers had arrived, none of them had recklessly entered the sea of Hades turtles. Instead, they had quietly waited at the edge of the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtles was located. Their purpose was to wait for the Hades turtle clan's response. The Hades turtle clan had a long lifespan, and several old fossils in the clan had already been terrifying existences who had surpassed the 15th Great Realm many years ago. Although they would not show themselves under normal circumstances, this star field could usually allow some idle experts to enter and explore, but it did not mean that the fleets of the various major powers could enter at will. After all, this was the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtle clan was located. Even powerful figures like Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the ancestor Wu Mei had to be afraid of the few living fossils of the clan. Only with permission would they dare to enter with the fleets behind them and fight for the primordial treasure that was about to appear. At this moment, the Hades turtle clan had clearly responded. After all the top powers of the 3 universes had come together. No matter how strong the Hades turtle clan was, it was impossible for them to really dare to block the entrance. Everyone was well aware that they had given them face, but they had to be tactful too. In the depths of the vast star field ahead that was covered in mist and revealed a dense and desolate aura, a gray-colored Hades turtle that was terrifying to the point of being the size of a small meteor had suddenly revealed itself. Its entire body was suffused with a dense gray aura that revealed a mysterious aura. This was an extremely formidable Hades turtle, and it actually possessed a cultivation at the middle and late stage of the 15th Great Realm. It was a senior great figure of the universe. Chapter 34:14. Translator, Transan Editor. Transan the turtle ancestor invites you in this gray-pouncing nether turtle that was as large as a small meteor was an elder of the nether turtle clan. The lifespan of the nether turtle clan was extremely long, and they'd lived for a few millions of years. Even if it was an elder of the clan, he was already at the 15th realm, the advanced stage of the universe realm, and he'd lived for countless years. Unfortunately, the masters in the surrounding starry skies couldn't feel much vitality from this nether turtle. Perhaps with its nether turtle bloodline, it could live for another few million years, but this kind of life was no different from death. The nether turtle clan had lost their faith, and even the bloodline inheritance of the clan had been personally lost by them. The blow was too great, and all of the nether turtles were no different from being dead. The Sea of Nether Turtles was a very vast star region. However, there were only a little over 1,000 nether turtles in this star region. This was the total population of the Nether Turtles clan. In the past, some starry sky masters who wandered around the Nether Turtle sea star field would not see a single nether turtle for dozens or even hundreds of years. They were all hibernating in their nests, usually sleeping for thousands of years and rarely showing themselves. Today, this nether turtle elder that was enormous like a star and possessed a cultivation at the advanced stage of the universe realm at the 15th level had made an appearance, and it was already a rare and grand occasion for the experts of the various powers in the 3 dimensions of the universe. Even if all the experts present had seen a true nether turtle in the past, it was at least a few thousand years ago. If they didn't know that the Nether Turtle clan had a long lifespan and lived for millions of years, the outside world would probably think that this clan had gone extinct a long time ago. The Nether Turtle tribe's elder had only come here to make a statement. After a few words, he was about to leave. What he said was nothing more than a warning to the powerhouses of the various races of the 3 universes not to wreak havoc or disturb the hibernation of the Nether Turtle clan after entering the Nether Turtle Sea. They had no choice but to do so. The various great powers of the 3 universes had joined forces to come here in search of fortune. Even though the Nether Turtle clan had a few peerless existences, they weren't strong enough to become enemies with the 3 universes. They gave them face and didn't trespass. After the elders of the Nether Turtle clan made an appearance, they could only give them a few words of warning and immediately let them pass. All of this was originally just a formality, and everyone was well aware that everything would unfold after this Nether Turtle tribe elder left. In this vast star field of the Sea of Nether Turtles, the battles that followed would still be carried out as usual. As long as they didn't make too big of a commotion, as long as they didn't disturb the slumber of the 1,000+ Nether Turtles of this clan, everything would be fine. All the Nether Turtles of this clan were lethargic and lifeless, and they didn't have the heart to contend for supremacy, so they wouldn't pay too much attention to these disputes. However, just as the Nether Turtle clan elder was about to turn around and return to his slumber, Yin-Chi, who was beside the 9 Dragons' azure lawn carriage, took a step forward and suddenly spoke out loud, saying something that caused Yi Xian to be dumbfounded. "Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment. How can you be so rude as to ignore the visit of your clan's granduncle and turn around to leave?" The granduncle that he was referring to was naturally Yi Xian. In Yin-Chi's eyes, his identity was the young master of the Nether Turtle tribe, and he came from the later stage of the primordial age. Back then, he had rolled and peed on the back of the Void Turtle tribe's bloodline ancestor, the Nether Turtle tribe. If he really counted, he was indeed the granduncle of this Nether Turtle tribe. Therefore, Yin-Chi's words were said confidently, and all the experts in the surrounding void heard it and were all dumbfounded. At this moment, all the experts in the starry sky turned to look at Yin-Chi as if they were looking at a fool. In the face of a Nether Turtle who had the terrifying cultivation of the universe late stage, the 15th great realm, this fellow actually dared to reprimand him for being rude to his face and even said that his granduncle was here to visit. This was clearly the rhythm of seeking death. In fact, even Yi Xian had such thoughts in his heart at this moment. Now, he simply wished that he could strangle Yin-Chi to death on the spot. The words that he said to Yin-Chi and the other 2 previously were just to pave the way for him to order all the more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen to help him search for the fragments of the ancient turtle shell after entering the Sea of Nether Turtles. Who would have thought that this old fellow would be so serious and actually take it completely seriously and actually dared to reprimand a terrifying Nether Turtle who was in the later stage of the universe late stage? This was clearly the rhythm of roasting Yi Xian on the fire. With Yi Xian's cultivation and strength, he was confident that he could use the Nether Claw to fool Yin-Chi and the other 2 existences. Even if it was a powerful figure in the 15th great realm of the universe late stage, Yi Xian might be able to bluff his way through without knowing the inside story. However, this person in front of him was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe. Behind him was the tribe leader of the tribe and the living petrified beings who were said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Those were supreme existences whose cultivation had long surpassed the 15th great realm of the universe late stage many years ago. Facing such existences, Yi Xian was not confident that he could fool them. This time, he was really going to be killed by Yin Qi this time. On this side, Yi Xian, who was in the Nine Dragons Green Phoenix carriage, secretly complained, but Yin Qi, who was beside the carriage, did not feel anything. Seeing that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe, who was about to turn around and stop in the void ahead, stopped in his tracks, and countless experts from the various large forces looked towards him, this old fellow was actually delighted. He felt that he had finally helped the ancestor to show his face again, and presumably, the ancestor's impression of him would be better. As a result, he became even more excited. His voice did not stop as he continued to speak with assurance. Our ancestor is the young master of the Netherworld. He was sealed in an innately cold place by the Netherworld Great Emperor in the later stage of the Antiquity Age, and he only came out recently. During the battle all those years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my tribe and the Void Giant Turtle tribe's bloodline progenitor were on the same side, and they were comrades in arms. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my clan had a very close personal relationship with the Void Tortoise, the bloodline progenitor of your clan. According to the young master of my clan, before he was sealed when he was young, he even rolled on the back of the Void Tortoise, and peed on it. In this way, our clans aren't outsiders, and the young master of my clan is clearly your Nether Tortoise's granduncle. This time, the young master of my tribe did not come to the Sea of Nether Turtles for that Yenluo net. He heard that your Nether Turtle tribe lost the ancient turtle shell of the Void Ancient technique, and he couldn't bear it, so he brought us here with the intention of helping the Nether Turtle tribe find the inheritance. This is a friendship between comrades in arms. Elder of the Nether Turtle tribe, how can you be rude? At the end of his words, Yin Qi waved his sleeve and stood proudly. In his opinion, although the other party's cultivation base was at the advanced stage of the universe realm, he was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe after all. He was also an elder of the Yin Devil tribe, and he was also an elder with power. If he really wanted to talk about it, they should be on equal footing. Therefore, from the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he was hinting that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe would welcome the arrival of the ancestor of the Nether Turtle tribe and the existence in the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage into the tribe. When he realized this, Yi Xian really wanted to kill someone, and he could not wait to slap Yin Qi to death on the spot. Chapter 34:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Forcing a duck onto a perch. Young master, please move. Turtle ancestor invites you? As soon as this sentence was spoken, there was an uproar in the surroundings. The information revealed was too much and too shocking. First of all, the Nether Turtle clan indeed had a living fossil that had a longer lifespan than the clan leader. That was definitely a supreme existence whose cultivation was far beyond the 15th realm, the universe realm. This was because Ming Tsang, who claimed to be the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan, clearly revealed a terrifying aura when he spoke from afar. He was definitely a terrifying existence whose cultivation was beyond the universe realm. Even the clan leader was a terrifying existence beyond the universe realm. Then, how could the person he called Turtle Ancestor be weak? Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, and the ancestor without eyebrows couldn't help but tremble when they thought about it. They were too frightened. In addition, it was related to this young master of the Nether clan who claimed to be Huan Xing. Previously, when Yin Qi called him the young master of the Nether clan, although the starry sky powerhouses of the various major forces did not have much doubt, there were not many who really took this matter to heart. But at this moment, when the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan said that the turtle ancestor invited him, all the powerhouses suddenly realized how shocking the identity of the Nether clan's young master was. If not, why would the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan specially invite him? The clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan had a long lifespan, and his clan leader was at least in existence from millions of years ago. Although he was not from the Antiquity Age, at most, he was only slightly related to the Antiquity Age. But as an old monster who had lived for so long, One could imagine how high his vision was. But even so, the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan still did not hesitate to interrupt his cultivation and take the initiative to invite him after knowing the identity of the young master of the Nether clan. This clearly showed that he was treating the young master of the Nether clan as an existence of the same level. In fact, the latter did have this qualification. Although he was the only one who had awakened now, when the Nether Emperor sealed him back then, he left behind a few protectors of the Nether clan. They were all supreme existences beyond the 15th realm. Once they appeared, the young master of the Nether clan would definitely be heaven-defying, and he would be able to walk the 3 realms of the universe. No wonder even the turtle ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan looked at him in such a different light. He was indeed qualified. Realizing this, even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, and the ancestor without eyebrows looked at the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot with burning eyes. This was a great god. If they had a good relationship with him, there would definitely be benefits in the future. Previously, they had thought that this netherworld young master was too arrogant and domineering when he traveled in such a flashy azure lawn carriage, but now, they felt that everything was reasonable. How could such an existence not have some extravagance? At this moment, Yin Qi, who was standing beside the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a smug expression on his face. Beside him, Yin Ba and Yin Jiu were also incomparably envious. They felt that they were a step slower and had their limelight stolen by Yin Qi. This would definitely leave a much better impression in the elder ancestor's heart. In fact, Yi Xian wanted nothing more than to strangle Yin Qi to death on the spot. What kind of existence was the Nether Turtle ancestor? He was definitely a supreme expert who surpassed the 15th realm, the universe realm. Yi Xian didn't have the confidence to face such a supreme existence. Once his identity was exposed, he might immediately die on the spot. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. The Nether Turtle clan's patriarch had already spoken. The Nether Turtle clan's patriarch, who was at the 15th realm of the universe realm, was waiting in front. Moreover, the experts in the surrounding void were also looking at the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot anxiously. If Yi Xian retreated now, not only would everything go down the drain, but the Nether Turtle clan's patriarch in the void ahead might not let him go. It seemed that he had to meet the Nether Turtle ancestor no matter what. Sighing inwardly, Yi Xian immediately stepped onto the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot. He glared fiercely at Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu and reprimanded, "You 3 old bastards, look after my chariot. I'll be right back." It wasn't that he didn't want to ride the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot over, but the other party was the Nether Turtle clan's patriarch. Yi Xian didn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, as Yi Xian stepped out of the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot, an uproar instantly sounded in the surrounding void. Heavens, is this the netherworld young master? He's so young. Nonsense, he was sealed by the netherworld great emperor when he was young. Until now, he has returned. It's as if millions of years have not passed. Naturally, he's still young. Although he has triangular eyes, he's still quite handsome. Don't be love-struck. This is the Netherworld clan's young master. Are you worthy? It's none of your business. I just like him. What can you do? At the same time, 3 voices that Yi Xian was very familiar with came from the 3 large fortresses of the Xinyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the Zhao family. Those eyes are getting more and more familiar. That's right, they're so sneaky. They're obviously not good people. They're so similar to that guy. They can't be twins, right? It feels like their temperaments are about the same. What a familiar wretchedness. It's coming straight at me. Although these 3 girls didn't mention names, and their voices were mixed in with the tide of exclamations, they really didn't attract too much attention. But Yi Xian had a guilty conscience and clearly heard them. At that moment, he subconsciously shrank his neck and complained bitterly in his heart. These 3 girls are really not ordinary sharp. They can still recognize me in this state. Was I born in the year of the dog in my previous life? Young master, please. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian had already appeared, and in order to show his respect, he didn't directly carry the flashy 9 dragons azure lawn carriage forward. The attitude of the Dark Turtle Clan elder, who was waiting in the air in front of him, was clearly much more polite. When he spoke, a small hill had already appeared on the back of the huge turtle, and a layer of gray energy light enveloped it. The meaning was obvious. It was to let Yi Xian enter the light barrier. Cough cough. Yi Xian coughed awkwardly. The other party was a universe realm expert of the 15th Great Realm, and he was at the late stage of the universe realm. Wouldn't standing on the other party's back make him a mount? It really felt a little like his heart was beating wildly. But he was now the Netherworld clan's young master. It would be too embarrassing if he was afraid of this little show of extravagance. Thinking like this, Yi Xian secretly clenched his teeth. His figure flashed, and he landed on the back of the Netherworld Turtle Clan elder. He entered the gray light barrier that was like an enormous palace. "Young master, sit tight." In the next moment, the Dark Turtle elder's muffled voice sounded again. Then Yi Xian felt the whole world shake violently. Chapter 34:16. Translator, Transan editor, Transan big bastard is still alive. The Dark Turtle elder's speed was simply too fast. Even though Yi Xian was inside the gray energy shield on the elder's back, he was still dazzled and could not see the elder's trajectory at all. He only felt that the stars on both sides were brushing past him, and endless clouds and mist were drifting endlessly. His entire mind was in a daze. In the end, he simply closed his eyes. Only in this way would that kind of dizziness not be so intense. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian felt his body suddenly become sluggish. The Dark Turtle elder, who was like a small meteor under his feet, finally came to a stop. Had he arrived at the end of the road? Yi Xian subconsciously opened his eyes, only to find that the Dark Turtle elder under his feet had disappeared. At this moment, he was standing on a huge planet. This planet was simply too big. Standing on the surface of the planet, even with Yi Xian's cultivation level of level 3 Grotto Heaven, he could not see the end of the planet. If it were not for the fact that he could see the stars in the void when he looked up, he would have thought that he had come to a secret realm that was isolated from the second universe. Just as he was feeling puzzled and was about to call out to the Dark Turtle elder who had brought him here, an ancient voice that seemed to have traveled across the river of time suddenly sounded in his ears. "I didn't expect that Netherworld young master would be so interested in my ancestors' void dimension technique. Moreover, you have cultivated to the peak of the 7th level and have already stepped into the level 1 black hole realm. It is said that during the late antiquity era, Netherworld young master once rolled and peed on my ancestor's back. Could it be that you obtained the void dimension technique from my ancestor at that time?" Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned. Cold sweat dripped down his back. This should be the voice of the Dark Turtle elder. As expected of a terrifying existence who had surpassed the 15th level of cultivation, the universe realm. Yi Xian currently had a dark body, but the elder could see through his cultivation at a glance. Not only did he know that Yi Xian cultivated the void dimension technique, but he also clearly saw that Yi Xian had only cultivated to the peak of the 7th level and had stopped at the level 1 black hole realm. This made Yi Xian feel as if he had been completely seen through by the elder, as if there were no more secrets. Of course, it was just a feeling, and it was impossible for it to be real. At the very least, it was impossible for the Nether Turtle ancestor to see through the headless infant corpse. No matter how heaven-defying and powerful the Nether Turtle ancestor was, how could it be compared to the headless infant corpse? It should be noted that even the Void Tortoise, the bloodline ancestor of this clan, could only cower in front of the headless infant corpse. It did not even dare to breathe loudly. However, the other party's words were clearly probing and seemed to have given rise to some suspicions. Although Yi Xian felt awkward, he could only brace himself and endure. Fortunately, he was certain that the other party had not seen through all of his secrets, so he still had some confidence. He straightened his neck and forced himself to say, "Isn't that so? Although I mainly cultivate the nether body, Uncle Void Tortoise is also the supreme master of the remote antiquity. His Dongshu skill is also very mysterious. Back then, I pestered him to teach me a few levels of the skill. I didn't expect that hundreds of millions of years have passed since we parted ways. I want to continue cultivating, but there is no other way. Fellow Daoist turtle ancestor, your clan is the descendant of the void giant turtle. Does your clan have the void dimension technique after the 7th level? Was it really taught by the void ancestor himself? You little slippery fellow, you actually still dare to joke with this ancestor at a time like this? Must I expose you? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed if you want to obtain the void dimension skill beyond the 7th level. That's because the tortoise shell in your hand is actually a lost clan artifact. The void dimension skill recorded on it is only up to the first 7 levels. If you want to obtain the void dimension skill beyond the 7th level, you'll have to help my clan rescue the void dimension ancestor. Huh? That bastard is still alive? Yi Xian instantly lost his composure when he heard the other party mention the void tortoise. He didn't even think about it as he blurted it out. Only after that did he feel vexed. This was clearly a lie, and it was no different from confessing without a fight. Ha, little guy, you're not pretending anymore? The nether turtle ancestor was overjoyed and actually chuckled softly. The unbelievably vast star beneath his feet was shaken by his laughter and slightly rose and fell, causing Yi Xian to roll his eyes. He spread his hands and said casually, "So that's what happened. That tortoise shell is the clan artifact of your void tortoise clan, so I'm naturally familiar with its aura. I left it in my body. You're a supreme existence that surpasses the universe, so you can more or less sense a trace of its aura. Naturally, you'll be able to see through my identity." In the end, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel annoyed. He shook his head and sighed, "Mistake. What a huge mistake." After all, although his identity was exposed, the void tortoise ancestor didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It seemed that he had something to ask of him. Yi Xian was confident in his heart, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "Since you don't want to pretend anymore, let me guess your identity. First of all, your identity as a human cultivator is undeniable. Although this nether body is indeed pure, this old turtle can still clearly distinguish the aura of a human cultivator. There aren't many young geniuses in the human race recently. The 4 legendary Heaven's Prides probably don't have a foundation like yours. So, it seems that there are only the 3 legendary monstrous geniuses to choose from. Little friend, are you Prince Xian, the invincible war god, or young Master Linghu?" The 3 legendary monstrous geniuses? Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his nose. He said in a muffled voice, "Even Prince Xian is included? If that's the case, all of them." These words were a little strange. If one suddenly heard it, they might not be able to react in time. However, the void tortoise ancestor obviously understood. The vast ground under its feet rose and fell again, and its hearty laughter rang out. "Ha, Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young Master Linghu, all of them are the same person. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid the 3 universes would be completely turned upside down. Little friend, you're really amazing. The divination I made back then was right. I let that girl bring half of the ancient tortoise shell out of the void tortoise sea, and it actually attracted the Son of Destiny. My clan's ancestor is saved." The girl he was talking about was obviously the purplish warbler. Yi Xian suddenly understood. So, all of this was planned. However, what the hell was this divination? It sounded familiar. Then, Yi Xian remembered the heaven measuring technique of the old devil mosquito butcher. That old devil seemed to have calculated something with the heaven measuring technique, so he did his best to arrange himself and finally succeeded in connecting with him. Titui coming into contact with him. Yi Xian immediately asked this question. Chapter 34:17. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans in the wastelands of the outer regions, that old geezer mosquito butcher you speak of has some ties with my clan. There are some things that will have to be settled in the future. At the mention of the heaven measuring technique in old ghost mosquito butcher, the nether turtle ancestor's tone instantly changed slightly, and it faintly revealed a wisp of monstrous resentment. However, he wasn't willing to speak about it and merely mentioned it briefly before falling silent. Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately piqued. Old ghost mosquito butcher was indeed a scourge. Judging from the deep resentment in the nether turtle patriarch's voice when he mentioned him, it was clear that he had been harmed by him in the past. As a result, Yi Xian felt that old devil mosquito butcher's mysteriousness seemed to have increased by a large margin in an instant. The strength that the old fellow had displayed in the Death Star region was that of a universe almighty at the 15th level. Now, it seemed like he had held back at that time. His true strength definitely surpassed that of a universe almighty at the 15th level. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to harm the Nether Turtle ancestor? Before this, Yi Xian had thought that the most mysterious person in his mind was the Mad Mosquito King. But now, it seemed that the Mad Mosquito King's throne was going to be lost. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was originally a demon from the first universe. Later, when he came to the third universe of the human race, he had an old grudge with Tian Chenzi, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the cultivation camp. Now that Yi Xian had arrived in the second universe, the moment he mentioned Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, even the ancestor of the Nether Tortoise clan held a deep grudge against him. This was clearly a sign that he had wreaked havoc on all 3 universes. The throne of the number 1 mysterious figure would most likely belong to this old man. However, now was not the time to delve into the matter of Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Yi Xian was most concerned about the news of the giant void tortoise. Based on the words of the Nether Turtle's ancestor earlier, Xianxia was already able to confirm that even in the Nether Turtle clan, there was merely the first 7 levels of the ancient void dimension technique. Once one arrived at the 8th level, the black hole realm, one would be unable to continue cultivating. Although this news was disappointing, the patriarch of the Abyssal Turtle clan had also given them a glimmer of hope. They seemed to know the whereabouts of the giant void tortoise, and they wanted to ask Yi Xian for help to rescue it. If this was a success, then the rest of the Dongshu ancient chant wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, for the headless infant corpse, this was definitely great news. The void tortoise was one of the primordial supreme beings on the same side as the headless infant corpse. It was a comrade of the primordial Yuxia, the golden divine dragon, and the netherworld emperor. This was a true primordial supreme. Even if he was seriously injured, he would still be an invincible existence in the present age. With him as a backer, Yi Xian would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3 great planes of the universe. That was much more useful than being the young master of the netherworld. Behind him stood a living supreme of the primordial era. Therefore, although he realized that it wouldn't be easy to save the void tortoise, Yi Xian had no intention of considering it at all. On one hand, the benefits were too great. On the other hand, he really did need the Dongshu ancient chant. Of course, the most important thing was that the void tortoise was his own turtle. For the sake of the headless infant corpse, if there was even the slightest chance of success, he would save it. Patriarch Turtle, what we are going to discuss now is of great importance. It concerns the life and death of a supreme of the primordial era. Naturally, we can't treat this like a child's play. Feeling the responsibility on his shoulders, Yi Xian puffed up his chest. In his opinion, rescuing a supreme of the primordial era wasn't something that just anyone would have the opportunity to do. However, he was obviously a key figure, so he felt a strong sense of existence. His tone couldn't help but become more proactive. So, in the face of such an important matter, shouldn't we talk about the secret recipe face to face? It doesn't feel right to talk through the void like this, does it? That does make some sense. But haven't you noticed that you're standing on top of the old turtle's head? We've been discussing face to face all this time. Before the Abyssal Turtle ancestor could finish speaking, Yi Xian felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently, as if a tsunami had occurred. The entire vast and boundless land quickly surged up, and at the end of the horizon, an arc slowly appeared around him. Faintly, an incomparably enormous turtle head appeared from beneath his feet. Seek it. What a big tortoise head. So this entire continent is your tortoise skull, then where is your tortoise shell? Isn't it as big as a star field? Yi Xian finally understood the meaning of the Patriarch Turtle's words. They had indeed been discussing face-to-face all this time. Not only had they been discussing face-to-face, but Yi Xian was standing on top of the Patriarch Turtle's head. This world isn't the second universe of the outside world. It's the ancestral land of my Dark Turtle clan, the Dark Turtle Mystic Realm. There's only one void passage that connects to the outside world, And there's a universe realm Dark Turtle Clan elder guarding that place. Outsiders can't enter at all, so what's wrong with me showing my true form? It's not to the point of shocking the world. When he spoke up to hear, the Nether Turtle's ancestor paused abruptly, and then he changed the topic. Even though the ancient void insight technique recorded on the ancient tortoise shell of my Nether Turtle clan can be seen by everyone, if one wants to truly cultivate it, then one must see the scenes of the inheritance left behind on the ancient tortoise shell. This isn't something that just anyone can accomplish, and only the chosen one of this old turtle's divination can accomplish this. Since you've already cultivated the ancient void dimension technique to the peak of the 7th level, it means that you've seen the inheritance scenes in the ancient turtle shell and seen the void dimension ancestor's true form in the scenes. That's a true void dimension turtle. Every single one of its scales is the size of an entire region, whereas I, the old turtle, have a head that's like a star at most, and my entire body is only the size of a palm of space. So, why would it make you so surprised? When he spoke up to hear, Yi Xian completely understood, and he rolled his eyes before he continued. No wonder your Dark Turtle clan was so generous and actually intentionally left the ancient turtle shell behind. After all, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to cultivate it even if they obtained it, whereas only the person that can cultivate it would be the person you're looking for. Moreover, after cultivating it to the peak of the 7th level, that person would definitely come to the Sea of Nether Turtles to search for the next level of the technique. Fuck. What a great scheme. This young master is extremely displeased right now. It feels like I was schemed against and even died. It's too displeasing. Little fellow, you're trying to play tricks again. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the Nether Turtle's voice resounded once more, and it carried a firm tone as it continued. Even though this old turtle doesn't understand exactly what's going on, based on the divination, it isn't just you who's helping my Nether Turtle clan. From a certain perspective, it's similarly my Nether Turtle clan that's helping you. So, don't give me these empty tricks. This old turtle is certain that you'll definitely be willing to do this. Moreover, the desolate ruins in the Outer Realm originally contained boundless fortune, and it's a rare opportunity for you. Are you really willing to miss this opportunity? The desolate ruins in the Outer Realm? Chapter 34:18. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan's seen this demonic blade before. Even this old turtle doesn't know where the so-called barren ruins is. The vast earth beneath his feet trembled slightly. This was caused by the Nether Turtle ancestor shaking his huge head. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. He did not pay attention to this and only heard the Nether Turtle ancestor's voice. This old turtle only knows that it's a dilapidated void. It's definitely not in the 3 universe planes. It should be floating in some mysterious unknown universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, the void turtle ancestor of my Nether Turtle clan once sent back a frame of images imprinted with his divine sense. This old turtle received it and has been keeping it ever since. Along with that frame of images imprinted with his divine sense were only a few words. They are the bloodline ancestral words of my Nether Turtle clan. The general idea is that this imprinted image is the barren ruins. If we want to welcome the return of the void ancestor, we can only use the heavenly divination technique to detect the child of destiny. Only then can we succeed. This is the origin of the heavenly divination technique that this old turtle has mastered. It originally belonged to the void ancestor. At this point, Yi Xian basically understood the whole story. Obviously, the void turtle ancestor was indeed still alive and had sent a message tens of thousands of years ago. It was similar to a cry for help and passed down the void turtle clan's bloodline innate heavenly divination technique to the Nether Turtle ancestor to use this technique to divine the heavenly divination technique. After that, the void turtle clan deliberately lost the ancient turtle shell, which was obtained by Yi Xian and led him to the Nether Turtle Sea today. The child of destiny is you. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, you are qualified to see the frame of images sent back by the void ancestor. However, this old turtle can't give you any clues. You have to find them yourself. As he spoke, a bright light suddenly burst out from the horizon. A vast image of the void suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This mysterious void seemed to be an exiled universe plane, and it exuded an extremely dense and ancient aura. Spatial rifts could simply be seen everywhere here. Spatial turbulence that carried a terrifying aura of destruction frequently whistled out from them, and some had even transformed into black holes that devoured everything. Although there were stars and galaxies in this picture, without exception, they were all badly damaged. The countless stars in the vast galaxy were almost all intertwined, and some had even completely collapsed, floating in this dark and silent mysterious void. Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the dilapidated ancient space in front of him. Everything was too familiar, and it was exactly the same as what he'd seen in the inheritance of the divine ability Heavenfall Bao. Obviously, it was the location of the final battle of that peerless battle that occurred countless years ago during the primordial era. To be more precise, it was a corner of the void battleground of the primordial era. These so-called ruins should be a part of the ancient starry sky in the remote antiquity era. They had the same origin as the remote antiquity cage that was connected to the forbidden area of the Devil Emperor star. Furthermore, they were separated and banished as well. The only difference was that the damaged void in the Devil Emperor star area of the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground, which emitted an endless aura of death, making people desperate. Although the starry sky here was also dim, and there wasn't even a single shining star, one could sense countless auras of life. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were extremely powerful. Most of the life auras were emitted from the relatively large stars in this desolate ancient galaxy that had been exiled. In the depths of the cores of these stars, there were obviously extremely powerful creatures hibernating. In addition, there were also some auras vaguely detectable in the large number of spatial rifts all over the dilapidated void. Although they were much fewer in number, they were more terrifying and powerful, without exception. The existences hibernating in these spatial rifts were obviously supreme creatures of the primordial era at the same level as the divine golden dragon and the primordial yaksha. In one of the spatial rifts, Yi Xian saw a terrifying giant tortoise that was as large as a small star area. It was just floating there silently, and no one knew how many years it had been dormant. Although the turbulence in the spatial rifts was surging and eroding, the giant tortoise's dim body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. Moreover, on the giant tortoise's back, which was as vast as a terrifying continent, there was a terrifying black devil blade. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long, and a small part of it had pierced into the tortoise's back. It was extremely sharp. Blood-green markings appeared on the body of the devil saber, and it was extremely evil and filthy. It emanated a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one glanced at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous invisible devil flames was surging and surging towards them. Moreover, the exposed half of this terrifying devil blade was covered with ferocious gaps, silently telling how tragic the battle it had been through in the past was. Although this demonic blade's might was similarly dim and not as ferocious as before, the faint aura it emitted was no different from the demonic blade formed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Space //. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that this black devil blade that was inserted vertically into the giant tortoise's back was real. When Tuoba Linfeng was fighting with Yi Xian, the weak light that shot out from between his eyebrows with a wave of his hand expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, the demonic mountain saber that it transformed into was illusory. The devil blade that Tuoba Linfeng used at that time was actually condensed from an incomplete ability called Devil Flame Space //. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take form. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, blood, and primordial spirit. It could be called a secret technique of the corpse Dao. At that time, the blood-green magic saber circling above Tuoba Lin's head caused Yi Xian to feel a sense of trepidation. It even caused him to suspect that in the primordial era countless years ago, the primordial era creature that left behind that bloodline ability really had a real magic saber in his hands. At that time, the energy devil blade that was condensed from the corpse energy was already so terrifying. Even Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky treasure weapon, the withered demon blood blade, was slightly inferior. If this ominous devil blade really had a real body, its devil might was simply unimaginable. This was Yi Xian's sigh in his heart at that time. He didn't expect that everything would be confirmed now. In the desolate era, there was indeed such a real supreme devil blade. It was unknown which enemy camp's powerhouse was in possession of it, but it must have been a desolate era supreme existence. Otherwise, how could it hurt the giant tortoise? Until now, this supreme devil blade was still stuck on the giant tortoise's back. This must have been a scene that appeared hundreds of millions of years ago in the desolate era, and continued to exist until today. Just thinking about it made people shudder. Chapter 34:19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was him. I don't know about this either. The Nether Turtle Patriarch's voice rang out again. Although I have lived for countless years, when I was born, it was close to the present era. I can't even be considered as an ancient creature, let alone the desolate antiquity era. Everything about that majestic era is just a legend to me. I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, since you've seen this supreme demonic blade from the desolate antiquity era, there might be some kind of connection between them. Perhaps the clues related to it are the key to saving the Void Ancestor. Why don't you know anything? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then he rolled his eyes. You can't be thinking of relying on me to save the bastard, can you? That's really fun. You won't stop until I'm dead. You're the chosen one. Who else can I rely on if not you? The Nether Turtle Ancestor did not feel embarrassed at Yi Xian's complaint at all. Instead, he said matter-of-factly, believe in the guidance of the divination technique. This is one of the Void Ancestor's two great bloodline abilities. It can steal the secrets of heaven. Now that I speak of it, my Nether Turtle clan paid an enormous price when we utilized this heaven-defying divine ability to calculate the method to find the heaven's chosen child. During these 10,000 years, the Nether Turtle clan has become old and dispirited, and it's all because I, this old turtle, extracted the vitality of all my clansmen to conceal myself from the detection of the workings of the heavens and caused the calamity to descend. This time, although Old Turtle can't give you too much help, I can help you once again with the guidance of the heavenly divination. However, after this, my Nether Turtle clan will have to seal itself off. Otherwise, if I use the divination technique twice in a row, I will be detected by heaven's secrets since I don't have the supreme cultivation of the Void Ancestor. At that time, a calamity will befall our clan. The Nether Turtle clan won't be able to protect itself. Detection of heaven's secrets? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled the heavenly tribulation he had attracted back in Triumph City in the Death Star field when he had used the genetic evolution fluid to break through to the 8th realm. At the same time, he had also evolved the fallen sky bow's supernatural power and the demonic dragon's bloodline in his body. At that time, there was a large expanse of cyan thunderclouds rolling in the sky, pouring down from a void crack that appeared in the void. These were not the key points. The key was that Yi Xian clearly saw a green heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack where the green thundercloud came from. He suspected that it was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Dao in the untainted land. In the end, Yi Xian combined the power of the demonic dragon bloodline and the Skyfall bow to shoot the Skyfall arrow, destroying the thundercloud. At the same time, the void fissure that was leaking the thundercloud was forcibly closed. Even the faint trace that it had sensed was forcibly erased. Otherwise, once that cyan heaven's eye awakens, Triumph City and Yi Xian would be in great trouble and wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Could the detection of heaven's secrets mentioned by the ancestor of the Hellish Turtle clan be referring to a similar scene? That was most likely the case. It seemed that this divination technique was not a good thing. It would attract the green heavenly eye that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Dao in the untainted land. This was simply a secret technique to attract disasters. Yi Xian originally wanted to learn it. He could not help this old bastard work for nothing. He had to at least get some benefits. But now, he immediately dispelled the thought. That cyan heaven's eye was at the same level as the headless infant corpse. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor, a supreme-level creature in the desolate antiquity era, couldn't really kill it when he used the netherworld claw to cut it in two. At most, he would only be slightly injured, but the Cyan Heaven's eye would still exist. Living to the present, it was just hibernating and hiding in some unknown mysterious void. One day, it would rise to the sky. From this, it could be seen how terrifying it was. Yi Xian avoided this kind of existence like the plague. How would he dare to provoke it easily? He immediately dismissed the idea of asking the ancestor of the hellish turtle clan for this divination technique. It was too dangerous, and it was better not to touch it. It was also at this time that the sound of air breaking suddenly came from all directions of the continent under Yi Xian's feet. Turning his head to look, he saw that around the vast continent beneath his feet, there were gigantic tortoise shells that were like mountains soaring into the sky. They were all gray and stained with blood. This caused Yi Xian to be horrified, and he immediately cried out in alarm, "Old bastard, are you trying to use the divine ability of divination? These gray tortoise shells stained with blood. This old turtle stripped them from my body. They represent vitality. Brat, do you think that the divination technique that can predict heaven's secrets can be calculated by just finding some broken bricks and tiles?" Ugh. Yi Xian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. It represented life force, so sacrificing life force wasn't a big deal. The key point was that this method of peeling off pieces of bloody tortoise shell from his tortoise's back while still alive was a bit of a heavy taste. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill run down his spine. This time, he decisively did not want this divination technique. The old bastard could peel off tortoise shell from his back. What would he do if it fell into his hands? Would he peel off the skin every time it was calculated? This was 2F** King Evil and Bloody. Yi Xian decisively gave up. During this process, the bloody tortoiseshell that rose from the vast continent under his feet did not stop. After a short period of time, the sky was covered with a huge curtain formed by tortoiseshell. It had a radius of 3,000 meters. Perhaps it was nothing to the ancestor of the hellish turtle clan, whose head was as big as a star. However, if it was used on Yi Xian, it would definitely kill him. Even if he peeled off all the skin on his body, he would not be able to piece it together. It seemed that this divination technique was indeed not something that could be performed by a human. It was too deadly. Pay attention, the divination curtain has been laid out. This old turtle is about to start. Everything in the divination is related to saving the ancestor of the void realm, and they are all critical elements. Perhaps they are scattered and not related to each other, but all of them need you to string them together. At this time, the voice of the ancestor of the hellish turtle clan rang out again. When it reached Yi Xian's ears, his heart trembled and he felt a little embarrassed. "Sigh, brat, if this old turtle were to perform this divination myself, there would be no need to build such a divination curtain. Everything is just to let you see it more directly and clearly. Don't be distracted. This divination of this old turtle has lost at least 1,000 years of my life, so you better not waste it. 8,000 years of life, this old bastard in front of him. If it were any other starry sky master, they would not be able to hold on and would weaken on the spot." Just as Yi Xian was sighing in his heart, the divination curtain above his head, which was pieced together by pieces of bloody tortoiseshell, suddenly flashed with a blurred light. Then, some effects began to appear in this light. Chapter 3420. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Unstoppable Translation. In the sky, the divination screen showed a void. It was unknown where it was located, but it should be the third universe occupied by the human race. However, this void must belong to an extremely remote area, because the scene in the screen was too terrifying. If it was in a region where the human race was active, such a scene appearing in the vast void of the universe would definitely be seen by others. The three universe planes would be shocked and panic would ensue. Zombies. Universe zombies. Although there were not many of them, only a few hundred to less than 1,000, these hundreds of universe zombies were obviously not ordinary low-level zombies. They spread out in the vast void of the galaxy and were approaching the front of the void. It seemed that there was a target there, which should be a star, but it could not be seen in the divination screen. The hundreds of universe zombies had all evolved self-awareness and possessed a different kind of intelligence that belonged to zombies. Their body shapes were different. Some of them had evolved to have all kinds of characteristics that only ferocious beasts had, while some still maintained the body shape of a human. However, they were even stranger. There were many strange parts on their bodies, some like tentacles, some like antennae, and all of them must have extraordinary functions. There were hundreds of universe elites, and each of them had a very strong aura. They were at least existences in the 8th realm of the black hole realm. At the front of this army of elite zombies, there was clearly a figure that Yi Xian was very familiar with. He had his hands behind his back and was moving slowly, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. It was the zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng. Above his head was a black demonic blade with a monstrous demonic aura. It was the same blade that Yi Xian had seen in the battle with him. It was in the form of energy, but it was exactly the same as the demonic blade that was inserted into the back of the void giant turtle. Even the aura was the same. What was even stranger was that the zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng's appearance was clearly different from before. Previously, he could see his state at a glance. He was definitely a universe zombie, not a living person. But now, there was no trace of a zombie in his body. At this moment, he was moving slowly in front of this army of elite zombies. His body was sometimes in the form of flesh and blood, sometimes in the form of floating energy, and sometimes again, as if he was an illusion that did not exist. It was hard to imagine that his form of existence could change as he pleased. Even Yi Xian's nether body could not achieve this. Although the nether body was an existence in the form of energy, it could also transform into the appearance of a human. For example, Yi Xian was like this now. He maintained the nether body, but his appearance was that of a human's flesh and blood. However, this body of flesh and blood was merely an illusion created by the nether body. It was not a true body of flesh and blood. A true supreme being of the universe would be able to see through it with a single glance. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had always maintained his nether body. That way, his true identity would not be exposed. If he wanted to regain his human body, he would have to remove the nether body and let the little dark green claw in his head enter a state of cooling down and hibernation. It was absolutely impossible for him to be like Tuoba Linfeng, changing at will with a thought. This guy didn't die? He actually brought out such an elite zombie army from the heaven battle planet. In the midst of his shock, Yi Xian came to a realization. From the looks of it, the second outbreak of zombies in the universe should be caused by Tuoba Linfeng. This guy is too strange. He actually brought an elite zombie army to fight guerrilla warfare in the third universe. Before this, no one even knew of their existence. This is too scary. Although there aren't many elite zombies in this army, only a few hundred to 1,000, but they are all true elite zombies, and have evolved to have the unique intelligence of zombies. If they continue to grow like this in the future, they will continue to grow. The number of elite zombies will steadily increase like a rolling snowball. In the end, maybe they will develop into a powerful race. At that time, it will be difficult to eradicate them. The human race will face a huge existential crisis. Is this zombie king an old friend of yours? What's above his head is the energy demonic blade. Since this person and his energy demonic blade appeared in the divination screen, it means that he is one of the key elements to save the void ancestor. As for what role he will play, you will need to connect all of this. At this time, the abyssal turtle ancestor's voice sounded again, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. You must first find this guy and control him. However, this matter won't be that simple. Although this kid's cultivation isn't very strong right now, only at the late stage of the mystic light realm, he has already evolved into the heavenly devil physique, which allows him to undergo countless transformations. It will be very difficult to capture him. Demonic body? Yi Xian was startled and his eyelids jumped. He can now change between a physical body, an energy body, and an illusory soul body with a thought. Is it because of this so-called demonic body? This demonic body refers to the kind of extraterrestrial demon that can appear at any time during a cultivator's cultivation? That's right, the so-called heart demon is an extraterrestrial demon. The demonic body that this person has evolved into is a type of extraterrestrial demon. The abyssal turtle ancestor's voice sounded again. Extraterrestrial demons are actually a type of living creature, but no one knows where they are born and where they live. They are the most unpredictable and can change into a myriad of things. They can travel through the void without any obstruction. It is not easy to capture an extraterrestrial demon alive. At this point, the divination screen in the sky suddenly disappeared with a flash of light. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What he saw just now was too shocking for him. Tuoba Lin Feng actually did not die, and he was also responsible for this matter. If this caused a disaster for the human race, Yi Xian's Dao heart would be affected. After all, the cause of everything was more or less related to him. In addition, other than gathering a powerful elite zombie army under his command, this fellow had unexpectedly evolved into a heavenly demon body. His cultivation had soared to the late stage of the profound light realm, which was the 11th great realm. It was likely that when Yi Xian finally found him, his cultivation would be at least at the void realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. It seemed that there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Ordinary cultivators in the void realm would be very difficult to deal with. Although Yi Xian might be able to kill him, capturing him alive would add countless variables, not to mention that Tuoba Lin Feng had an extraterrestrial demon body. It seems that this matter is not so easy to accomplish. Before it even started, I already feel that there are many difficulties. I am speechless. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Chapter 34:21. Green eyes reappear. Looking up, the image of the divination screen in the sky had appeared once again. This time, there were no living creatures in the divinatory screen. The background was a sea of stars, and all the stars were gray. It was clearly the sea of hellish turtles in the outside world. However, because the stars in the picture were basically the same, and none of them were particularly large or had any obvious characteristics, it was very difficult to determine the exact location of the star field represented by this picture. After all, the nether turtle ocean was too vast. At this moment, in this scene of the sea of stars, there was a star that was soaring into the sky. A pale pink screen of light, in which a piece of silk was floating. The silhouette of a woman seemed to be dancing on the silk. Counting carefully, there were a total of 6 silhouettes. Their shapes were different, but they were all graceful. Without a doubt, this silk net was none other than the primordial treasure, the smoke silk net, that was about to emerge in the nether turtle sea. Its characteristics were too easy to identify. It could be seen at a glance. At this moment, this primordial treasured silk net had actually appeared in the divination screen of the nether turtle ancestor. This could only mean one thing, and that was the silk net was obviously one of the elements to save Big Bastard. Moreover, it was similarly extremely crucial, and it was ranked right after the silk net that was related to the Supreme Devil Blade. This clearly showed how important it was. Soon, the scene in the divination screen disappeared again. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had to fight for the primordial treasure used by this woman. As such, what followed was bound to be a reign of terror. This treasure had attracted a large number of forces and powerhouses from the 3 universes. There were even a few supreme beings of the 15th realm of the universe. Even though they were quite afraid of the Netherworld Young Master that Yi Xian had pulled out, they wouldn't be polite if the Netherworld Young Master wanted to compete with them for the Yanluo Rumble. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was shaking his head and smiling bitterly, a series of loud explosions suddenly came from above without any warning. Even the ground beneath his feet was shaking violently, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Yi Xian was aghast, his heart was violently shaken. In a flash, he guessed something and looked up in shock. In his line of sight, the divination screen in the sky, which had a radius of around 10,000 feet and was pieced together by gray and blood-stained tortoiseshell, exploded, and a spatial rift appeared behind the exploded screen. There was a large amount of azure tribulation clouds within the rift, and they were like a raging river that was gushing out. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and they revealed a heavy aura of destruction. That wasn't the main point. The real key was the scene in the depths of the Cyan Fissure. There was clearly a huge Xian heavenly eye sleeping there. At this moment, the eyelids of the Xian heavenly eye had begun to tremble slightly. This was clearly the rhythm of waking up. This scene was exactly the same as the heavenly tribulation he had attracted when he had used the genetic evolution fluid to break through to the 8th realm in Triumph City in the Death Star field. At the same time, he had also evolved the fallen sky bow and the demonic dragon bloodline in his body, causing his power to soar. In the sky, there was also a large expanse of rolling green thunderclouds, which also poured out from a void crack that appeared in the void. Similarly, there was also a Xian heavenly eye that was sleeping. At that time, if Yi Xian hadn't used the demonic dragon bloodline and the fallen sky bow to shoot the fallen sky arrow to destroy the thunderclouds, and at the same time, forcibly closed the void crack that was pouring out of the thunderclouds. Even the trace he sensed at that time was forcibly erased. It would have been very difficult for Yi Xian to survive that tribulation. Now, all of this had happened again. The nether turtle ancestor was right. This divination technique was so heaven-defying that it had once again attracted the attention of the heavenly eye and sent down a heavenly tribulation. Quick, immediately close this fissure and erase the trace. Otherwise, once the heavenly eye awakens, we will all die. Yi Xian immediately screamed in horror. Although the headless infant corpse was attached to his body, it didn't show any reaction at this moment. In fact, the infant corpse had been hibernating all this time, without the slightest trace of aura. It seemed to be in some kind of critical metamorphosis and evolution. This time, it was unlikely that they could rely on the headless infant corpse. Although Yi Xian had used the power of the demon dragon's bloodline and the heavenly fallen bow's divine ability to shoot an arrow and erase all traces of his senses, it was effective last time. This time, it might not be. Moreover, he was now in the nether body. Although he could remove this state with a thought, return to his human form, and then use the fallen sky bow's power, the process would still take time no matter how fast it was. The Xian heavenly eye in the depths of the mysterious fissure in the sky would wake up at any time. It was too late. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. It even surpassed the time he fought with the heavenly Dao Azure Eye in the ancient desolate cage in the demon domain. The desolate ancient cage was a corner of the desolate ancient starry sky, and the so-called heavenly eye in it was actually incomplete. At most, it could be regarded as a clone of the heavenly eye. The one that appeared in the sky now was definitely the real heavenly eye, and it was suspected to be the supreme existence that had fought against the headless infant corpse in the desolate ancient era. Although it had appeared in the Death Star field before at that time, although this heavenly eye had appeared, it did not show any signs of waking up. Moreover, it was different now. Its eyelids were trembling, and it could wake up at any time. Sigh, what will come, just like last time. This really makes me speechless. This time, the Nether Turtle clan is really going to be sealed off. However, what made Yi Xian even more speechless was that in the face of such a terrifying crisis, the Nether Turtle ancestor did not panic at all. It was still extremely calm, and even its tone was so indifferent, revealing a touch of laziness. Immediately after, around the vast land under Yi Xian's feet, a gray blood mist rose into the sky and swept towards the fissure in the sky. Yi Xian was stunned, and his heart instantly jerked. He knew that the vast land beneath his feet that seemed like an enormous star was actually the head of an enormous turtle, the head of the Nether Turtle ancestor. Then, it wasn't difficult to guess where the gray blood mist that shot into the sky from this expanse of land came from. No wonder he smelled such a dense smell of blood earlier. It turned out that the Nether Turtle ancestor had expected this scene and was prepared for it. All of this was the heart-blood essence of the Nether Turtle ancestor. Every drop of heart-blood essence represented one's lifespan, and it was extremely likely for one to die halfway if too much was lost. Yet now, the Nether Turtle ancestor had sacrificed large amounts of heart-blood essence, and this was only possible because of his terrifying size. If it was anyone else, that person would have probably perished on the spot after sacrificing such a huge amount of heart-blood essence. In fact, if it was anyone else, they would be utterly unable to produce so much heart-blood essence, and they would not be able to gather it even if they tried. Rumble. Boom. Chapter 3422. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Nether Turtle Seal, Rumble. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out. Yixian was shocked as he raised his head to look. In front of the huge spatial rift in the sky, a blood-colored giant tortoise was rapidly exploding and pouncing toward the rift. All of the Xian tribulation clouds were moved by its body, as if there was some kind of mysterious suction force in the body of this blood-colored giant tortoise. This blood-red giant turtle was condensed from a large amount of blood essence from the heart of the nether turtle ancestor, which was whistling around the vast land under Yi Xian's feet. It represented the lifespan of the nether turtle ancestor and the fate of the nether turtle clan. However, at this moment, in order to hide from the heavens and protect Yi Xian, to buy time for him to grow and return in the future to save the void bastard, the nether turtle ancestor was willing to do anything. The giant blood-red tortoise was surrounded by a large amount of Xian tribulation clouds. Soon, it rushed into the spatial crack. Then it exploded, turning into a bloody mist that covered the sky. It blocked everything and blocked all traces of detection. This scene was too shocking. Yi Xian saw a giant turtle explode into powder with his own eyes, but the bloody mist was still performing its original function and completing everything. The moment before the void crack in the sky completely disappeared, Yi Xian clearly saw the terrifying green eye in the depths of the void crack slowly open a slit. It was a close call. If it weren't for the nether turtle patriarch's quick reaction and preparation, the Xian heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack would have opened completely. Yi Xian had a strong intuition that once his figure was seen by that Xian heavenly eye, even if it was just a glance, then in the future, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape its detection and pursuit. His body trembled slightly, and only now did he realize that his back was already wet. Although he was now a powerful existence in the third level of the Grotto Heaven realm, Yi Xian was still not even an ant in the face of this green eye that was suspected to be an avatar of the primeval era's will of the heavens. Not only him, but even a powerful figure in the 15th level of the universe realm was just an ant in front of the green eye of the heavens way. Old bastard, I have to say, I have to thank you this time. I feel like I've turned back from the brink of death. My whole body is wet. These words were from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart. As he said, he raised his hand and wiped his forehead. Sure enough, it was full of cold sweat. There's an aura in your body that is not weaker than that. To Yi Xian's word translation, the turtle ancestor's words translation, is words, is word words, is words. Words translation. Words of words translation. Is words words. Words translation words word translation. Words translation. Translation words translation. Translation words translation words ice translation is translation is translation in translation? Although the feeling lasted only for a moment, the blood tortoise sent a message to me before it exploded. It said, it sensed the fear and anger of the Xian heaven's eye. It clearly sensed something from this side of the void. An existence that can make the heavenly eye angry and fearful. I admit that I am not qualified to do so. Then, there is no doubt that the thing is in your body. It was really too dangerous this time. Fortunately, the blood tortoise exploded in the end and erased all traces. Even the path of the tribulation cloud was completely erased. Even if it really wakes up, it won't be able to find this place. While speaking, the turtle ancestor's voice was getting weaker and weaker. However, we can't use the heavenly divination technique again. This time, we have been targeted by the heavenly eye. If there is a next time, the other party will definitely lock on to our position at all costs. You'd better take care of yourself. Get Yen Luo, capture the heavenly devil body, then come back and enter the sea of hellish turtles. When the time comes, I will naturally sense it and send my clansmen to pick you up. Before that, my clan needs to seal the clan. This time, not only did I pay 10,000 years of my life to peek into the secrets of the heavens, but the luck of the entire hellish turtle clan has also been reduced by half. If we don't seal the clan, I'm afraid a great disaster will befall us. Little guy, you'd better take care of yourself. At the end of his speech, the voice of the hellish turtle ancestor gradually weakened, as if he was about to fall asleep. Yixian immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, Hey, old bastard, are you serious? You're actually going to sleep while talking. Can't you tell me what to do first? Is your hellish turtle clan really going to seal the clan? Then what about this sea of hellish turtles? Now that the top forces of the 3 universes have gathered here and are making a ruckus in your home, you should at least leave 1 or 2 universe realm experts to watch over it, right? Besides, this young master is now in a cooperative relationship with you, and fighting for the Yenluo is not my business alone. You should at least contribute a little. Leave 2 universe realm elders to be this young master's bodyguards. No, to help this young master seize the Yenluo, that should be fine, right? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the hellish turtle ancestor flatly refused. All the hellish turtles will immediately fall asleep and enter the secret realm of the hellish turtle clan's ancestral land. They will not appear in the sea of hellish turtles in the outside world. After you leave, the secret realm of the hellish turtle clan will also be sealed. Unless more than 3 existences beyond the universe realm join forces at the same time and attack with all their might, there is a chance of breaking it open within a year. Therefore, no matter how great the chaos outside is, it will not affect my hellish turtle clan. As for the Yenluo, this old turtle has confidence in you. Good luck, I have high hopes for you. Swish. As soon as the last sentence was said, Yi Xian felt a sudden blur in front of his eyes. A rapid sound of breaking through the air rang out, and his entire body seemed to have entered a mysterious state of extreme speed. Of course, it was passive. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened them again half a second later, the giant turtle head under his feet had already disappeared. At this moment, he was standing in a vast void, and the stars around him were emitting a faint gray aura. This was clearly the sea of hellish turtles, and he had already been sent out of the hellish turtle's secret realm by the hellish turtle ancestor. If nothing unexpected happened, at this moment, all the thousands of hellish turtles in the clan should have entered the hellish turtle's secret realm. The hellish turtle clan was completely sealed. Wow, you old bastard, you're too stingy. You just said you have high hopes for this young master and you directly sent me away. Don't be so infuriating. After realizing that he had been unceremoniously swept out of the door in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Didn't he just want to trick the 2 hellish turtle clan elders into becoming his personal guards? It's not like he would kidnap them and leave the sea of hellish turtles. It's too infuriating to not even agree to this. Chapter 34-23. Battle Lion. After a wave of depression, Yi Xian gradually calmed down, and he rolled his eyes before he had a plan. Even though the Nether Turtle clan has already been sealed, the outside world isn't aware of this. Moreover, the Nether Turtle clan's elder that made an appearance earlier possessed a cultivation at the advanced stage of the universe realm, and he was much more formidable than Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the Browless Freak. As for the Nether Turtle clan's elder that spoke later, he even emanated a terrifying aura that surpassed the universe realm. Even the Nether Turtle clan's elder was like this, so it's obvious how terrifying the Nether Turtle ancestor's cultivation is. This ancestor was personally received by the Nether Turtle clan's elder and was sent to the Nether Turtle ancestor's place of cultivation. Everyone witnessed this at that time. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Xian felt confident in his heart, and he grinned complacently. So, even though the Nether Turtle clan has already been sealed, this ancestor can still pull this banner. After all, this is the territory of the Nether Turtle clan, and those formidable Nether Turtles might make an appearance at any moment. Pulling this banner is more or less useful. So long as I don't force those old fellows into a corner, then there's basically no one that dares to disobey this ancestor. When he thought like this, Yi Xian instantly became excited. Even though that old bastard, the Nether Turtle ancestor, is stingy, he still wasn't able to escape this young master's scheme. He was used in the end. Yes, everything else can be put aside for now. The only important matter at hand is to obtain that primordial treasure, Yuan Luo, that female cultivator utilized. After he adjusted his state of mind, Yixian immediately fell into deep contemplation, and he recalled the scenes he'd seen in the divination screen of the nether turtle ancestor. In the end, he confirmed that the star that surged up amidst the light that shot into the sky really didn't have any conspicuous characteristics, and it seemed extremely inconspicuous like the other gray stars in the surroundings. From the looks of it, it will be extremely difficult to find this star that hides Yen Luo. Frowning, Yixian was a little speechless. The sea of nether turtles is too vast, and the desolate ancient treasure, Smoke Silk Net, is hidden in an inconspicuous little star. When it appears, although a pillar of light will appear, the range is too wide. If the distance is too close, I'm afraid that the treasure will be taken away before I can arrive. This matter is really a headache. No matter what, we have to find Yin Qi and his group of old bastards first. Although our numbers are still too few, and if we throw them into this vast nether turtle star field, we won't even be able to make a splash, but it's better than nothing. Thinking like this, Yixian temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Since he could not determine the exact location of the star where Yen Luo was located, he could only treat it as a blind cat hitting a dead mouse and rely on luck. Very soon, Yixian leaped up and left his original spot. He randomly chose a direction to look for Yin Qi and the others, at the same time, in a corner of the sea of nether turtles. Even though the ancestor Huan Xing had temporarily left and was led by the patriarch of the nether turtle clan to meet the ancestor of the nether turtle clan, Yin Qi and the others were still guarding the surroundings of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage as they casually strolled around this star region. From time to time, he would shout a few words, often startling the nearby starry sky masters who heard this movement. After understanding what was going on, the looks on their faces would suddenly become strange. In the end, they would retreat one after another, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. Ancestor Huan Ting, the best in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Ancestor Huan Ting, punch and kick. The three great universes, cry bitterly. The ostentatious display was already big enough. The Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, which had a radius of 1,000 feet, was a desolate antiquity treasure that used everything on the level of extravagance and ostentatiousness. Probably even the immortal emperor of an immortal dynasty would not be embarrassed to drive such a carriage. It was too ostentatious. However, not only were more than 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan guarding such a flashy top-grade carriage, everyone also knew that the carriage was completely empty. Except for more than 100 Yin Demon maids, there was not a single soul in sight. Not only did they have the guts to boast so loudly, but they even added that Patriarch Huan Ting had punched and kicked the three universes, making them weep in pain. This could no longer be described as high-profile and ostentatious. It was simply the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Many of the starry sky powerhouses among the forces were all glaring, but most of them dared not say anything. After all, the incident of the Federation Headquarters Overwatch Council's Deputy Director Hongdo Laifeng being torn apart by the perverted Huan Ting ancestor was still fresh in their minds. No one dared to provoke such an old monster. Even the four prodigies of the human clan who came to the Sea of Hellish Turtles to fight for the desolate antiquity treasure could only be angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only discuss and curse in private. This so-called ancestor Huan Ting is simply too arrogant. I thought there was no existence more arrogant than Ling Huchong in the world. I didn't expect to see one in the end. Sigh, if only that Ling Huchong was in the Sea of Hellish Turtles right now. If this perverted old monster bumped into him, the scene would be very interesting. Stop dreaming. Ling Huchong can't come back. He has been banished to the vast and unknown void. Maybe he has already been torn to pieces by the endless void turbulence. You don't say. Now that I see this perverted old monster, I really do miss him. Perhaps only a monster like him can suppress this kind of trash. Even if the invincible war god came, it wouldn't be enough. Although his battle strength is strong, his shameless arrogance can't suppress the situation. It was also at this moment that one of the top forces from the three universes that had entered the Sea of Nether Turtles could no longer bear to watch. He stood up and openly questioned the Demon clan, asking them to get out of the sea of nether turtles. Rumble! Rumble! Amidst the rolling thunder, a black fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters rushed over from the distant void. A huge lion's head was etched on the hull of this starry fortress. It was the Battle Lion clan from the second universe. The Battle Lion clan was warlike by nature, and their bloodline was extremely powerful. They were ranked third among the clans of the Second Universe Federation. Even the other clans in the top 10 didn't dare to provoke them easily. This was because all the clansmen of this clan were too warlike. They either didn't fight, or they fought to the death. They would only stop when one side fell. This time, they entered the Sea of Hellish Turtles to fight for the primordial treasure Yenluo. Although the Battle Lion clan had only dispatched a starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the one guarding the fortress was a 15th level universe realm expert of the Battle Lion clan. In addition, there was also the young patriarch of the clan, the number 1 genius of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Bafeng. At this time, as the black starry fortress rumbled over, Lion Bafeng's arrogant laughter resounded through this part of the sky. Haha, Demon clan, has your entire clan become a clown? How dare you play such tricks in the Sea of Hellish Turtles? Chapter 3424. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Blood Slaughter Line. Today, this young lord will exterminate your Demon clan. Exterminate your clan. The young master of the Battle Lion clan, Jean Bafeng's arrogant roar reverberated in all directions. A large portion of the Dark Turtle Sea's void was shaken, and there was a faint echo in the void. This was illogical, as if it was an illusion. However, a few strong people in the starry sky exclaimed, "Battle Lion's Roar." This is one of the bloodline abilities of the Battle Lion clan. It's not the strongest, but it can intimidate the mind. It has the same effect as the mysterious 9 heavens 10 earths chant of Heavenly Naga from the human cultivation camp. The Demon clan is in trouble this time. The reason why they are feared is because their clan leader, the Emperor, is very powerful. He is already at the late stage of the universe realm, the 15th great realm. If they attack the Emperor's nest, it is very likely that the Emperor will wake up, which will lead to bad consequences. However, the Demon clan is moving in full force. Apart from Ancestor Huan Ting, who has been invited by the ancestor of the Netherworld clan and hasn't replied for 2 days, the strongest among the 10,000 demons are only 3 elders at the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, the 12th great realm. This is clearly not enough, especially when they are facing the Battle Lion clan, which is one of the top 3 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Although the Battle Lion clan has only mobilized a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the one overseeing it is a 15th Great Realm Battle Lion clan elder. Even the young master, Lion Badian, is known as one of the 3 invincible young masters of the Second Universe. He is young, but he is already at the early stage of the Void Realm, the 12th Great Realm. Although Chi and the other 2 Demon clan elders are in the same Great Realm, his bloodline talent is extremely extraordinary. He is known to be invincible in the same realm. He might be able to fight 1 against 3 and suppress the 3 Demon clan elders. If this is really the case, then the Battle Lion clan sent out a young clan leader to suppress the 3 clan elders of the Demon clan at the same time. If this matter were to spread, even if the clan leader of the Demon clan, the Emperor, were to awaken, he would have no choice but to swallow his anger. He can't stand up, or he will be a laughingstock. The 3 elders were suppressed by the young master of the Battle Lion clan. How can they still have the face? As the discussions continued, fleets from different forces from the 3 universes gathered one after another in the surrounding voids. They had long disliked the Devil clan's high profile. However, they were afraid of the mysterious Huan Tan ancestor, so they did not dare to voice their anger. But things were different now. The Battle Lion race was ranked 3rd among the races of the Second Universe Federation, and they were not even afraid of the Dark Turtle race. This was because the Battle Lion race also had a supreme Battle Lion that surpassed the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, and there was more than one of them. Therefore, The Battle Lion clan could completely disregard the so-called Netherworld Young Master, Ancestor Huan Ting. Even if his Dao protectors woke up at the same time, they might not be able to do anything to the Battle Lion clan. They were existences that surpassed the 15th Great Realm. The few Grand Elders of the Battle Lion clan were also powerful battle lions of the same level. At most, they would just fight. The experts in the fleets of the various forces that were swarming over seemed to have realized something. This time, the vexing army of the Yin Demon clan would most likely be completely defeated here. Not to mention that their Netherworld Young Master was not here at the moment. Even if he was, he would not be able to change anything. Soon, a large number of fleets from various forces gathered in the surrounding void. They floated in the void a little further away as if they were watching a show. From time to time, there would be some mocking laughter from the fleets. Everyone was waiting to see the Yin Demon clan make a fool of themselves. They wanted to see how Yin Qi and the other two Void Realm patriarchs of the Yin Demon clan would be suppressed. The Battle Lion race felt no pressure in this battle. Young clan leader Sherbafeng definitely had the strength to suppress Yin Qi and the other two in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was a junior. Under the situation of 1 against 3, even if he deliberately beheaded Yin Qi and the other two Yin Devil clan elders on the spot, the Yin Devil clan could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. Not only did the experts of the various forces in the fleets in the surrounding void understand this point, but even the young master of the Battle Lion race, Sherbafeng, was also well aware of this point. Seeing a large number of fleets crowding over and stopping a little further away to watch, Sherbafeng felt that this was a good opportunity to gain face. At this moment, he had already leaped out of the pitch-black starry sky fortress of the Battle Lion race alone. He was suspended in the void of the sea of hellish turtles in front of him. Not even a guardian was following behind him. Standing proudly, his aura penetrated the mountains and rivers. He sneered and pointed at Yin Qi and the other two Void Realm patriarchs. "The three of you, do you dare to answer? Humph, don't blame me for not reminding you. My Battle Lion race either doesn't take action, or once we take action, we will either perish or destroy the enemy. Otherwise, we will not give up. I respect the three of you as my seniors, so I will allow the three of you to join forces and fight together. If you dare to fight, then come forward. If you don't, then immediately tuck your tails between your legs and get out of the sea of hellish turtles." Get out of the sea of hellish turtles. In the last sentence, Sherbafeng clearly displayed the Battle Lion's roar innate ability of the Battle Lion. As the roar came out, a large part of the void of the sea of hellish turtles was stirred up, and there was a faint echo in the void. Not only was it unscientific, it was like an illusion, and it was even more shocking. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao, who originally had gloomy expressions, felt their hearts tremble, and they almost fell to the ground. Sherbafeng's bloodline innate ability was indeed extraordinary. In the Battle Lion race, even some of the older generation's Battle Lions were far inferior to him. Although there was still a certain distance to the bloodline atavism, he looked down on the race since ancient times and was known as a rare genius in the race. If not, he wouldn't be known as invincible in the same realm, and he wouldn't dare to challenge the three great Void Realm elders of the Yin Demon race at the same time when he was only at the initial stage of the Void Realm. All of this was because the bloodline ability of the Battle Lion race was too powerful. The Battle Lion's roar was only an auxiliary innate ability inherited in the race's bloodline, and the race was called the Battle Line. The real most powerful bloodline innate ability was obviously related to battle. It was said that the bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion race was the Blood Slaughter Lion of the Desolate Era. Its 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion was incomparably powerful, and it had once shown in the unparalleled battle of the Desolate Era. However, which camp did the bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion race belong to? Whether it was the Headless Infant Corpse's side or the side suspected to be the Desolate Era's Will of the Heavenly Way's side, which was the side with the Eye of the Heavenly Way. No one knew about this matter, and there was simply no way to confirm it. The battle of that year was too long ago. What? Are you afraid to fight? Chapter 3425. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Poodle, Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion, first change. An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through this side of the world. As Lion Bafeng's voice spread out, a phantom of 100 feet long berserk lion suddenly appeared behind him. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing this side of the void to tremble slightly. In an instant, this blood phantom of 100 feet long berserk lion entered the body of Lion Bafeng, whose hair was fluttering in the wind. His figure instantly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye he revealed his bloodline true body. A blood-colored berserk lion that was 100 feet long, with a pair of blood-red eyes that were as huge as a mountain, stared closely at Yin and the other two, and had already locked onto their auras. The various races of the second universe basically had the blood of some ancient or even desolate ancient beasts flowing in their bodies, but for other races, revealing a huge bloodline true body was basically the last resort. Even the last 7 races of the top 10 of the Federation of the second universe were the same. Only the top 3 races revealed their bloodline true body, which was far from the peak of their true combat power, but it was just the beginning. It was also because of this that these 3 races were able to firmly stand in the top 3 of the Federation of the second universe for hundreds of millions of years, unshakable and unshakable. Even the Dark Turtle clan, which had a few living fossils in the clan and was generally incomparably powerful because of their long lifespan, had never truly entered the top 3. From this, one could see the strength of the top 3 races of the Federation of the second universe. And the Battle Lion clan was only at the bottom of these 3 races, but even so, it was still not to be ignored. Blood Slaughter Lion, second change. A second violent lion roar sounded, and behind Lion Bafeng, a giant blood-red lion phantom appeared. Then, this giant blood-red lion phantom instantly entered Lion Bafeng's body, causing his body to expand again in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the true body of a giant lion. A pair of blood-red eyes that were as huge as a mountain were still staring at Yin and the other two, locking onto their auras. Although his cultivation aura was still at the initial stage of the 12th Great Realm, the supreme fiendish aura had already turned the world upside down and was completely different. If it was said that the first transformation, which revealed 100 zhang long berserk lion's body, had only shocked Yin and the other two, then now, as the true body of 1,000 zhang long berserk lion appeared, Yin and the other two were so shocked that even their courage was trembling. Blood Slaughter Lion's second transformation? My God, his bloodline true body has become 10 times more powerful than the first transformation. It's exactly the same as the legends. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the bloodthirsty mad lion erupts with a transformation, the bloodthirsty true body will grow 10 times stronger. Even if the bloodthirsty mad lion's aura doesn't change, the difference in the power of their blood and chi is like the difference between heaven and earth. Any opponent that could match them before will be instantly crushed. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terror of the bloodline true body will increase exponentially. It will reach the level of the void tortoise, and with a wave of its claw, it can create a galaxy. However, no battle lion has ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the Battle Lion clan has only reached the 3rd transformation of the bloodthirsty mad lion. However, the young patriarch of the Battle Lion race, who is known as the existence with the strongest bloodline talent in the race in the past 10,000 years, had long since reached the 4th transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion's divine ability many years ago. Heavens, the 4th transformation? What kind of concept is that? The 2nd transformation is 10,000 zhang long. The 3rd transformation is 10,000 zhang long. Wouldn't the 4th transformation be 100,000 zhang long? A body of 300,000 meters? Even the starry sky fortress is just a small thing in front of him. As they muttered to themselves, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao couldn't help but tremble in their knees. If Lion Bafeng could really use the 4th transformation of the bloodthirsty mad lion, then his bloodline true body would reach an unprecedented 100,000 zhang long, which was 300,000 meters. A small part of the sky would be covered by his body. Even if his cultivation aura didn't change, he was still at the early stage of the Void Realm, but who would dare to treat him as an existence of the Void Realm? A terrifying bloodline true body of 300,000 meters. Even if a real powerhouse of the universe came, he would have to treat it with caution, right?
What?
Bloodthirsty Mad Lion Third Transformation. Just as Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao were exclaiming, in the void in front of them, the young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Ba Feng, roared again, and a small part of the void trembled. His voice was too loud. After all, the current Lion Ba Feng was already 1,000 zhang long universe battle lion, far from his previous human form. Along with this violent roar, a majestic universe astral wind instantly blew in the surrounding universe void. The invisible universe energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center. And this energy vortex was located next to the mouth of the bloodthirsty Mad Lion Pavilion. After swallowing, the young master of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Bafeng's body rapidly expanded like a balloon. 2,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, until the final 10,000 zhang. The bloodthirsty Mad Lion Third Transformation was completed, and its size was indeed as described in the legends. From the previous 10,000 zhang, it had expanded to the current 10,000 zhang, which was 10 times its original size. 10,000 zhang, which was equivalent to 30,000 meters, was comparable to a small fortress. Moreover, the visual effect was even more shocking than that of a small stronghold. Although the diameter of a small fortress was 50,000 meters, and this bloodthirsty Mad Lion was only 30,000 meters, the former was a majestic steel fortress, which was not rare in the universe void, while the latter was just a bloodthirsty Mad Lion. Normally, even a 10,000-meter-long star beast would be shocking enough, but now, a 30,000-meter-long bloodthirst lion had suddenly appeared in the void. Gasps could be heard from the starry fleets in the surrounding void. As for Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao, they were so shocked that they almost fainted on the spot. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and they gnashed their teeth, hating each other. Damn it, this broken lion dog can change too much. In the blink of an eye, it has already become 10,000 zhang long. Careless, really too careless. Just now, when it barked for the first time, we should have attacked and not given it a chance to continue its berserk transformation. All Yin demon clansmen, listen up. Leave behind 100 people to guard the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage. The rest of the clansmen, follow the 3 of us and eat this lion dog alive. That's right, this guy can berserk transformation and is suspected to carry the rabies virus. For the peace of the universe, there is no time to be polite with him. Our clan will not lose face to him. This is not a one-on-one battle, this is a dog slaughter battle, a crazy lion dog. Chapter 3426. The Old Ancestor Returns Poodle? Rabies Virus? The dignified young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan was actually associated with such words at this moment. This made Lion Ba Feng so furious that he felt unwell. Roar! How dare you insult this young patriarch? All of you must die. The 3 patriarchs of the Yin demon clan? In this young patriarch's eyes, you are just a bunch of ants. This young patriarch alone will suppress all of you.
What?
The gigantic blood berserk lion went completely berserk. It let out a furious roar, and its huge figure, which was like a small fortress, suddenly burst out. With a leap, it covered a distance of 10,000 miles and directly landed in front of the Yin demon clan's camp. Swish! Ka-cha-cha! Boom! Boom! A fierce hurricane blew up. The gigantic blood berserk lion raised its right forelimb and swept it towards the Yin demon clan's camp. In an instant, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. There were even some concentrated sounds of explosions. Some of the weaker Yin demon clan's clansmen couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were blasted to death by the majestic power contained in the sweep. For a moment, the space where the Yin demon clan's camp was filled with thick black fog. The Yin demon clan's clansmen didn't have flesh and blood bodies. This black fog was the manifestation of their divine souls being destroyed and their bodies disintegrating into energy. With just a sweep of the claw, at least several hundred Yin demon clan's clansmen had died. Such a terrifying power of qi and blood had already surpassed the effect of the peak of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Currently, the young patriarch of the Berserk Lion clan, Ba Feng, was at least at the middle or late stage of the beginning realm. Moreover, this was only the effect after he had successfully activated the third transformation of the Blood Berserk Lion. Although the patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had only cultivated to the third transformation of the Berserk Lion, legend had it that this young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had surpassed his master and had long grasped the profundity of the fourth transformation of the Blood Berserk Lion. At this moment, after seeing him display the terrifying might of the third transformation of the Blood Ferocious Lion with their own eyes, the experts from the various powers who were watching the battle from afar all cried out in shock. "Awesome, my brother. What a huge lion. It's actually over 10,000 zhang long. Even if it's a true ferocious star beast, it's rare to see one with such a size." That's right. The bloodline of the warrior lion clan's young master is too extraordinary. Even if he hasn't returned to his ancestral state, he is not far from it. One day, he will become the #1 overlord among the younger generation of the various races in the second universe. Such a heroic figure is destined to shake the world. Baofeng's name has been resounding in the second universe for a long time, but he rarely appears in front of people in a real battle. I didn't expect that today's first battle would be to suppress an entire clan. It's too amazing. The young generation of the second universe finally has an amazing person. That's right. The shame of Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the others being suppressed by the peerless genius of the third universe may be washed away today. Although the ones being suppressed are not from the human race, the Yin Demon clan is not a race of the Federation. This battle with the Warrior Lion clan is very satisfying. It's a pity that young Master Linghu has been exiled. Otherwise, if he were in this sea of dark turtles at this moment, he would probably kneel down and submit to the supreme majesty of Baofeng. Alas, back in the Heavenly War Star Field, the Warrior Lion clan's young master did not appear. He missed the opportunity to become famous in the three universes. In the face of these exclamations, the Warrior Lion clan's young master, Baofeng, was in high spirits. He proudly pointed out, although these three old guys are clan elders, in this young master's eyes, they are not even ants. To suppress them, the third transformation of the Blood Ferocious Lion is already extravagant. There is no need for the fourth transformation. As for that foodie Linghu Chong, this young master did not go to the Heavenly War Empire that day. Otherwise, I would have suppressed him. Although I do not have the habit of slaughtering and eating people, I can still smash his body with one claw and kick his head under my feet like a ball. These words were too arrogant. Most of the fleets watching the battle in the surrounding void were from the human race from the third universe. There were forces from the science and technology camp and also forces from the cultivation camp. Although they did not like young Master Linghu, the latter was, after all, a human. At this moment, he was being belittled by the young master of a certain clan from the second universe. Many human race experts were indignant. However, the Warrior Lion clan's young master was indeed too powerful. At this moment, the 10,000 feet bloodline true body he had revealed was explosively heaven-defying. What's more, in the pitch-black starry sky fortress behind him, there was a supreme being of the 15th Great Realm. The surrounding human race experts were indignant but did not dare to say anything. For a moment, the prestige of the Warrior Lion clan surged throughout the entire void. The battle instantly shook the sky. The more than 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan were all mobilized. Except for 200 clansmen who protected the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage and retreated, the rest all joined the battle to suppress the Warrior Lion clan's young master. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions rang out unceasingly. The 10,000 feet tall Lion Baofeng detonated the entire void by himself. Every minute, every second, there were casualties among the Yin demons. Even the three elders Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao, who had the cultivation of the 12th Great Realm, the middle and late stage of the void, began to retreat and spurted out blood. Lion Baofeng was indeed too powerful. The might of the third transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion could not be measured with common sense. This was clearly the rhythm of suppressing an entire clan by himself. The most powerful member of the Yin Demon clan was the clan's leader, Yin Di. He was already a supreme existence of the 15th Great Realm, the late stage of the universe realm. However, at this moment Indi was not here. No one took the Yin Demon clan seriously. The young master of the Berserk Lion clan, who was ranked 3rd in the second universe, wanted to suppress their entire clan by himself. PFFF. Unexpectedly, Elder Yin Chi was struck by Lion Bafeng's claw. A fierce gale burst forth, and Yin Chi suffered heavy internal injuries. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so furious that he was about to go crazy. Poodle, just you wait. Soon, my clan's old ancestor will return. At that time, he will make you into a braised lion's head in soy sauce and let my clansmen eat to their heart's content. Haha, that's right, braised lion's head in soy sauce. Smash his dog's head. The Yin Demon clan's temperament was disagreeable, and they were all a bunch of troublemakers. In just a short while, close to 1,000 clansmen had their bodies blown up and turned into black fog. The battlefield could not be said to not be desperate. But even so, not a single one of the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan retreated. Although there were casualties at every moment, they still fought bravely. Following Yin Chi's words, the surrounding Yin Demon clan's clansmen all roared insolently. Their fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. This was clearly the rhythm of the entire clan fighting until there was not a single soldier left. Even if they all fell here, they would not lower their heads. Seeing this scene, even the experts of the various major powers who were watching the battle in the surroundings sighed one after another. They all believed that the Yin Demon clan was finished this time. Even if the clan's leader, Yin Di, revived in the future, he would not be able to shake the Battle Lion clan. Chapter 3427. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios braised lion's head in brown sauce. Yo. This ancestor seems to have heard someone say braised lion's head in brown sauce. Where is it? This ancestor is drooling. Along with this abrupt voice, in the distant void, a figure wearing clothes whiter than snow quietly appeared. His hands were behind his back, and he had the air of a hedonistic young master. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth outlined a cold and arrogant smile. His triangular eyes were filled with a fierce light, and they were tightly locked onto the 100,000 feet tall lion that was displaying its divine might in the void. It was none other than Yi Xian. Of course, his current appearance was that of the ancestor of the Yin Demon clan, the young master of the Netherworld clan, Huan Ting. In the surrounding void, exclamations could be heard in an instant. Heavens, look who's here! The ancestor of the Yin Demon clan, Huan Ting? He was actually not stopped by the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan. This is too shocking. He was so arrogant before, calling himself ancestor in front of the late-stage universe realm elder of the Netherworld Turtle clan. He can still return calmly under such circumstances. Could it be that the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan really invited him? That should be the case. Moreover, this revealed too much information. At least, the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan has acknowledged his identity. Previously, he sent the patriarch of the Netherworld Turtle clan to personally welcome him. This is clearly the rhythm of treating him as an equal. Could this ancestor Huan Ting really be the young master of the extinct Netherworld clan from the primordial era? This is most likely the case. Moreover, the ancestor of the Netherworld clan is most likely on the same side as the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan. This is a sign that they will join forces again in the future. The Yin Demon clan has found a great backer. The situation seems to be chaotic. This is the Netherworld Turtle Sea. Although the Battle Lion clan is not afraid of the Netherworld Turtle clan, just like how their young patriarch bullied the Yin Demon clan, the few supreme experts of the Battle Lion clan who have surpassed the universe realm are not here. If the ancestor Huan Ting goes crazy, the elder of the Battle Lion clan who is guarding the Black Fortress behind most likely will not dare to make a move. Otherwise, the Netherworld Turtle clan's living fossil will definitely take action. It seems that this battle should stop between the Lion House clan and the ancestor Huan Ting. It will not expand. Since it involves the universe realm god, it will be difficult to end it. The Battle Lion race's current generation genius against the Netherworld race's sealed young master? The two of them were separated by a period of time, but in this world, they started a great battle. This battle is unprecedented. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiu, and the other members of the Yin Demon clan were so excited that they cheered. With the return of the patriarch, our race will prosper. That's right. The ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan personally invited us, and we returned with gifts in the end. Our ancestor is mighty, and he must have formed an alliance with the Nether Turtle clan. This is our territory now. How satisfying! The Battle Lion race's lion dog actually dared to provoke my race in the underworld Turtle Sea. Now he is stupefied. He actually kicked an iron plate. This is my territory and I call the shots. I humbly request the Grand Ancestor to destroy the lion head. Patriarch Huan Ting, the #1 expert in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Patriarch Huan Ting, punch and kick him. Lion-headed big dog, crying bitterly. In the end, these praise-like slogans suddenly burst out again, and with a slight change, it was targeted at Lion Bafeng, who had manifested his blood lion true body. In the face of this shocking change, the atmosphere in the surrounding void froze in an instant. The unexpected return of the Yin Demon clan's young master was too shocking. Previously, some people suspected that he was detained by the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan. After all, this person was too insolent before, and he actually disrespected the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan, who was at the late-stage universe realm, and called himself the ancestor. In fact, the reason why the young patriarch of the Battle Lion race attacked the Shadow Devil race was not only because he couldn't stand the sight of the Shadow Devil race and wanted to make a name for himself in this battle, but also because he considered that Patriarch Huan Ting of the Shadow Devil race might not return. But at this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, this speculation was instantly shattered. The experts of the major forces who were watching the battle in the surrounding void all had their hearts in their throats, knowing that there would be a great battle. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the Battle Lion race's young master, Lion Bafeng, also stopped his attack. Across thousands of miles in the void, he stared at Yi Xian, who was slowly walking in the void with his hands behind his back. He sneered and said, "Young Master Netherworld? That's me, Big Poodle. Don't think that you can avoid death by getting close to me. Today, you are destined to be made into a braised lion head by me." Yi Xian sneered as he replied with a sneer. Then, he unceremoniously waved his hand and pointed in the direction of Lion Bafeng, "Xiao." A weak dark green light rushed out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed thousands of miles. In less than half a breath, it had already arrived in front of the 10,000-meter tall lion. Immediately after, before anyone could recover from their shock, this weak and almost undetectable dark green light instantly soared. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3,000 meters tall, transforming into a terrifying dark green withered claw. Immediately after, the dark green light suddenly flashed and the withered claw disappeared. As for the head of the 10,000-meter tall lion, it silently rolled down from its shoulder. Walala! After the sound of a gushing waterfall, the sound of a gushing waterfall could be heard. From the neck cavity of the lion that had lost its head, a boiling hot blood soared into the sky, surging for 10,000 meters, and finally turning into a majestic rain of blood that sprinkled down into the void. This scene happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. At this moment, along with the boiling rain of blood that soared into the sky, Yi Xian's voice that was filled with a strong sense of laziness suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the 3,000-meter tall lion's head that was glaring angrily disappeared along with the blood lion's body that was spurting out scarlet blood from its neck cavity. Even the large amount of berserk lion's hot blood that was pouring down like rain in the void had disappeared without a trace. This was caused by Yi Xian activating the devouring system's forceful devouring ability. Although this blood slaughter lion could not be raised, its flesh and blood were extraordinary. The Battle Lion clan originally had the bloodline of the blood slaughter lion, and right now, the young patriarch of the clan, Bafeng, had even used his bloodline ability to manifest the third transformation of the berserk lion's true body. To Yi Xian, this flesh and blood was the best alchemy material. At this moment, after he used the devouring system to absorb it into his body, the berserk lion's true blood was immediately stored in a bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. Even the headless berserk lion's body was stored in a large-capacity spatial magic treasure, which could ensure that it would not rot and the medicinal effect would not be lost. In the future, when he needed to use it, he could use it at any time. As for the huge berserk lion's head, Yixian had just said that he wanted to eat the braised lion's head. He was already drooling, so naturally he would not go back on his word. The berserk lion's head was immediately thrown into the Shinnong giant cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, it was roasted by the orange-red fire in the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, a braised lion's head that had shrunk to the size of 6,000 to 7,000 meters, like a small hill, with golden oil and sweat dripping down its surface, and the fragrance of meat assailing the nostrils, appeared in front of Yixian. Chapter 34:28. Gulp, gulp. Let me out. Damned Ling Huchong, there will be a day when this young master will suppress you. Awo, this is simply too much, this is absolutely intolerable. We, the young patriarchs of the top 10 clans in the second universe, are actually being raised here as great medicines. Ling Huchong, you will die a horrible death. Just you wait, one of the 3 invincible youths in the second universe, the Iron Blood Battle Lion, Shi Baofeng, is this young master's good friend. Soon he will find you and suppress you. Bang, bang. Inside the Shinnong cauldron, the young patriarch of the Yinji clan, Ji Jinghong, the young protagonist of the barbarian Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, and the descendant of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who were imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron, were crazily shouting and roaring. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and a ferocious lion head that was 3,000 meters long fell from the sky, startling the 4 of them, and their roars came to an abrupt end. This is, heavens, lion head of Shi Baofeng? That's right, it's definitely him. This young master is good friends with him, how could I be wrong? This guy is too savage, he actually came to the second universe. Is this the rhythm of slaughtering the War Lion clan in one fell swoop? Look, he's setting fire again. Do you have to be so savage? He actually wants to eat braised lion head? Swish! Before the 4 of them could finish speaking, a large lion head that was shiny and fragrant flew through the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Gulp. Gulp. Only at this moment did Ji Jinghong and the other 3 realize that they had subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Moreover, all 4 of them were swallowing without exception. The 4 of them were ashamed and resentful. They all turned around and hid in the corner of the cell. Their minds were in complete chaos. At the same time, in the Netherworld Turtle Sea, the young master of the War Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, and Yixian were engaged in a shocking battle. To be precise, it was the void where Yixian had cleanly beheaded him with a single claw. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. Although it had shrunk due to being roasted by the fire, it was still 6,000 to 7,000 feet in size. It was golden in color, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. In the surrounding void, the fleets of the various major forces that were watching the battle from afar suddenly appeared. Immediately, a series of strange gurgling sounds were heard. Countless people gulped at this moment. This was a completely subconscious action. After all, Lion Baofeng's bloodline was extraordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he had activated his bloodline true form with the Bloodthirst Lion's bloodline ability and reached the 3rd transformation. After being roasted by the orange-red flames of the Farmer God Cauldron, all the impurities were evaporated, leaving behind only the essence. This braised lion's head was not only delicious, it was also a great medicine. Once swallowed, one's cultivation would definitely skyrocket. It was simply too fragrant. Anyone who smelled it would be tempted. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was to the extent that there seemed to be some whispers of suspicion that could be heard vaguely. Why is it so fragrant? It's not like this old man hasn't roasted the lion's head of the Battle Lion clan before. Back then, I had secretly hunted one. Although its bloodline is not as good as Lion Baofeng's, but the fragrance shouldn't be so different, right? What a familiar feeling. Another peerless foodie has appeared out of nowhere. He is definitely comparable to the peerless monster of the human clan, young Master Linghu. What's wrong with this world? Have they all been infected by young Master Linghu? That's definitely the case. That guy is a poison. Even though he has been banished to the turbulent void, his influence has been left behind. In the three great universes, who knows how many peerless foodies will be born in the future? Sigh, the clansmen of a race with extraordinary bloodlines in their bodies have to be careful in the future. They can't go out alone anymore, and they can't walk at night. There will be foodies who will attack them. Ha, delicious. The most delicious food in the world. Previously, this young master thought that what meat was the most delicious in the world. I didn't expect there to be something even more delicious. This trip to the Dark Turtle Sea is really not in vain. Back in the Nether Turtle secret realm, I had a drink with the Nether Turtle ancestor Hai, who was already as large as a star, and it was so bland that birds could fall out of my mouth. Who would have thought that there would be a braised lion's head to go with the wine right away? Just as the experts of the major forces around were whispering in their hearts, Yi Xian had already arrived above the huge braised lion's head. He waved his hand to release an invisible force, wrapped up pieces of golden and shiny meat, and sent them into his mouth. As soon as they melted in his mouth, he almost swallowed his tongue in enjoyment. He almost spilled the beans and exposed his identity. In the end, he came to his senses and quickly changed his words. At the same time, he didn't forget to pull out the flag of the Dark Turtle ancestor and secretly warn him. After all, in the pitch-black starry sky fortress in the distance, there was still a mighty figure of the Battle Lion clan guarding it. Now, the young patriarch of the clan was slaughtered and even made into braised lion's head in public. As a mighty figure of the universe, it was impossible for this person to not do anything. Although Yi Xian was not afraid of him, in order to avoid an unnecessary battle to the death, he deliberately brought out the Dark Turtle ancestor to suppress the situation at this moment. After all, this was the Dark Turtle Sea, and Yi Xian had already brought out the Dark Turtle ancestor. Even if the other party was a mighty figure of the Battle Lion clan, he couldn't do anything. He should be able to accept it after saying a few harsh words and leaving. It could barely be considered a passable explanation. Regarding all this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiu, and the other members of the Yin Demon clan were not in the mood to pay attention to it at all. With the arrival of the ancestor Huan Ting, all the worries in their hearts had completely disappeared at the first moment. In their view, the return of the ancestor Huan Ting was definitely the result of drinking and chatting happily with the Dark Turtle ancestor and forming an alliance. This meant that the entire Dark Turtle Sea was now their territory. Then, before they had time to digest the great joy in their hearts, the ancestor Huan Ting had already suddenly made a move. In an instant, he killed the young master of the Battle Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, who was raging and arrogant before, and roasted him into a shiny golden color in an instant. At this moment, with Yi Xian's call and the first to start eating, coupled with the enticing fragrance that kept entering their noses, these guys had long been unable to hold back. They swallowed their saliva crazily, and after cheering, they pounced at the same time. Although the braised lion's head was huge, in the face of more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen, it was really nothing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen were like countless ants climbing on the body of an elephant. They all hung on this huge braised lion's head and ate heartily. In less than 10 breaths, half of the huge braised lion's head was eaten, revealing the eerie white bones. This scene stunned all the experts of the major forces who were watching the battle in the void. Shi Baofeng was too miserable, the Yin demon clan was too ruthless, and the ancestor Huan Ting was too cruel. At the end of the battle, he actually roasted the enemy's head and turned it into a huge white skeleton. Everyone shuddered in fear. Chapter 3429. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Intimate. How dare you kill our young master? Old thing, you will definitely die. Rumble. Previously, everything had happened too quickly. As such, the Battle Lion race's supreme expert couldn't react in time. As Lion Bafeng's dog head was roasted into a braised lion's head, he was petrified. He was too shocked. At this moment, in that pitch-black starry sky fortress in the distant void, An earth-shaking roar finally rang out. The mighty figure of the war lion race was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He roared and turned into a golden arrow light, rushed out of the fortress, and shot toward this side. In a short period of time, more than 10,000 demons ate at the same time. The braised lion's head that was 6,000 to 7,000 feet long was not very edible. It had already turned into a huge skull, and not a single piece of meat was left. Yi Xian ate the most. His body was surging with energy, and the pores all over his body were overflowing with golden light. This was the sign that his flesh and muscles were being nourished by energy and were overflowing with energy. In the distance, the voice that had muttered a few words earlier appeared again. Strange. It actually has such terrifying medicinal effects? Could it be that the young master of the battle lion race is different? The ordinary lion that was roasted previously didn't even have 1/3 of the medicinal effects. Which bastard is it? Get out here. Get out here if you have the ability. The golden arrow light that was shooting towards Yi Xian paused for a moment. Then, the roar of the battle lion race's supreme elder could be heard. It was too infuriating. The battle lion race was ranked 3rd among the races in the second universe. They were one of the 3 strongest races since ancient times. They had always run amok in this plane. Today, his race members, including the young master, were being discussed about the medicinal effects of the meat. This made him feel as though he was about to explode. Ding! Congratulations to host. Physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 4 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Ding! Congratulations to host. Physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 5 of the Grotto Heaven realm. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. After eating so much of the golden lion meat, his body was overflowing with golden light. The chi and blood in his body were boiling, and every cell in his body had been baptized. The effect of the orange-red fire was so good that it even attracted the attention of the hidden senior-level foodie. However, the benefits of Yi Xian's meal had already been revealed. His physical body's blood and chi cultivation had advanced 2 levels in a row, and the blood and chi in his body had increased explosively. Right now, he felt like he could blast apart a star with a single punch. The golden lion meat. Lion the dragon race's meat. Is the golden lion meat? Is there golden lion meat? Is there one? Is there? Is there? Another one? After receiving such a huge benefit, Yi Xian had no intention of hiding it. He raised his head and roared, revealing the fact that he had advanced 2 small stages. He even said that it was not enough. He wanted to roast another golden lion meat and directly push his cultivation from the heavenly passage realm to the 9th stage great perfection. This scene was too insolent. In the surrounding warships that were watching from the void, the exclamations of the powerhouses from the various major forces resounded endlessly. They were all lamenting the fact that a foodie had appeared in the second universe. This was not inferior to young Master Ling Hu's momentum. At the same time, there were also some people whispering that if they had known that the golden lion dog meat was so effective, they would not have waited until today. They would have hunted countless golden lion dogs for a sumptuous meal. At this moment, the dignified battle lion race was being treated as a meat medicine or a rare delicacy in this kind of situation. The golden arrow that was shooting toward Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. The mighty expert of the battle lion race was so angry that he coughed up blood. This was too shocking. The mighty expert of the battle lion race was so angry that he coughed up blood. This made the starry sky powerhouses of the various major forces in the surrounding void sigh endlessly. They were even more afraid of this so-called ancestor Huan Ting of the Yin demon race. His mouth must have been smeared with poison. Just like young Master Ling Hu, he could infuriate people to death. Old lion dog, are you delivering blood to this ancestor? Unfortunately, it came from your mouth. It must be smelly. This ancestor has always been picky and does not like contaminated ingredients. If you are sincere, stretch out your neck and this ancestor will personally draw the blood. Look at you, you are so old that your hair is about to fall off. Your meat must be hard and not easy to chew. Only this blood can be used. If it is not smelly, it can be used to make medicine. Facing the mighty expert of the battle lion race who was about to reach him, Yi Xian was calm and fearless. He continued to ridicule him. Then, he rolled his eyes and kicked the huge skull in front of him, which had been eaten until there was not even half a piece of meat left. Hey, your young master, return it. There are still bits and pieces of meat on the inner wall of the skull. If you want to taste it, take it back to the fort and slowly dig it out. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The white skull that was shot out was smashed into powder by the mighty expert of the battle lion race. Then, Yi Xian raised his hand again. A dark green claw that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air above his head and suddenly slashed down. Netherworld claw? It is indeed a very sharp and terrifying bloodline power. The eyes of the mighty expert of the battle lion race flashed and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you were a little stronger, even if you were only in the 12th realm of the Void Realm, this attack would be able to defeat this old man. Unfortunately, you are only in the 10th realm of the Grotto Heaven realm, level 5. No matter how powerful your power is, it is useless in front of a mighty expert of the universe realm. Demon bastard, die. With that last sentence, the body of the War Lion race's supreme expert suddenly swayed. After dodging the 300-meter-long dark green withered claw at an extremely fast speed, he suddenly raised his hand and was about to slap down at Yi Xian. How dare you! Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, escaping was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, the effect of the previous show of strength would be ruined. However, facing a mighty expert of the 15th realm of the universe realm, if he did not want to retreat, he would have to use other methods to force his opponent back. In this way, his identity would be exposed. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and immediately took out the fragment of the ancient tortoiseshell that recorded the incomplete Dongshu scripture from the undying world in his body. Holding it in his right hand, he raised it high above his head. There was no fear on his face as he shouted loudly, "This old ancestor has been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. My cultivation has not recovered yet. The guardians of the netherworld are also still in hibernation. Otherwise, how could an old dog like you be so arrogant in front of me? But even so, if this old ancestor wants to restrain you, it is still a piece of cake. Don't forget whose territory this is. The old ancestor of the dark turtle race is this old ancestor's sworn brother. After drinking to our heart's content, we have already called each other brothers. You dare to touch this old ancestor in the ancestral land of the dark turtle race? This is that old tortoiseshell's natal tortoiseshell. The old tortoiseshell personally gave it to you. Do you dare to act rashly again? This old ancestor only needs to crush it lightly. The old tortoiseshell of the dark turtle race will instantly descend. He is a supreme expert who has surpassed the universe realm. Old lion dog, are you sure you want to pull him over for a chat? Chapter 3430. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The will of the turtle sea, rumble. As Yi Xian subconsciously tightened his fingers and channeled a wisp of his vital energy into the ancient tortoise shell, a change that even he didn't expect suddenly occurred. A huge roar resounded, and the void shook. It was not just a corner of the void, but the entire vast star field of the nether turtle sea. At this moment, when Yi Xian lightly pinched it and infused a wisp of qi and blood energy into the ancient tortoise shell, it began to shake in its entirety. Thousands of miles of the void shook, and countless stars swayed. This scene was like the end of the world. The universe was shaken, and the scene was so terrifying that all the masters in the surrounding void were stunned. The supreme master of the War Lion clan, who had turned into a golden arrow and shot toward Yi Xian, trembled all over. He was so scared that he stopped 1,000 miles away. His face was filled with shock. Like all the experts in the surrounding fleets, their gazes converged on the ancient tortoiseshell fragment that Yi Xian held between his fingers and raised high into the air. At this moment, no one doubted Yi Xian's words. They were sure that this ancient turtle shell was the natal turtle shell of the nether turtle patriarch. This was really F***ket up. Who would have thought that this kid would really become sworn brothers with the Nether Turtle Patriarch? What kind of existence was the Nether Turtle Patriarch? Even the ordinary elders of the Nether Turtle clan were at the late stage of the universe realm, and the clan leader was a supreme master who had surpassed the universe realm. He was an ancestor of the clan. No wonder the entire star field of the Nether Turtle Sea was shaken. This was clearly the result of the Nether Turtle Patriarch's anger. Although there were many masters in the universe present, including the top forces of the 3 major realms, and more than 10 supreme masters of the universe realm, most of them were at the 3rd or 4th stage of the universe realm, which was the early or middle stage of the universe realm. Even if it was them, they had never seen such a scene in the past. The entire star field was shaking. This was definitely a terrifying method that far surpassed the universe realm. It was simply unimaginable. Even Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He was well aware that the words he said just now were just a bluff, and it was just to scare off the mighty figure of the battle lion race. He never expected that just by lightly moving his finger and injecting a weak wisp of qi and blood into the ancient tortoiseshell, it would actually cause such a change. The entire star field was shaking. Could it be that the tortoiseshell in his hand really had some other miraculous use? Rumble. An enormous rumble resounded once more, and then an unimaginably enormous tortoise beast appeared in the air above the vast sea of nether turtles. Its body covered the entire Nether Turtle Sea. Although it was not as terrifying as a real void tortoise that could cover an entire Nether Turtle Sea with a wave of its claws, a turtle that was as big as the entire Nether Turtle Sea was still extremely terrifying. It was far beyond the size of the Nether Turtle ancestor, whose head was as big as a star. The strange thing was that this terrifying giant tortoise was suspended above the Nether Turtle Sea. Although it was huge, its body did not have a trace of flesh and blood. It was completely made up of gray tortoise bones. This was a nether turtle. A real nether turtle had no flesh and blood, only bones. Yi Xian had sharp eyes and saw a hole smaller than the eye of a needle on the back of this terrifying nether turtle. The edge of the hole was exactly the same as the palm-sized ancient tortoiseshell in his hand. He instantly came to an understanding. This ancient tortoiseshell in his hand was obviously ripped off from the back of this terrifying nether tortoise. It ought to have come from the hands of this void tortoise, and it utilized this ancient tortoiseshell to brand the first 7 levels of the void dimension technique within it. But what was the identity of this nether turtle? With its body that was as big as a vast nether turtle and its aura that could shake an entire nether turtle ancestor, this gray-boned nether turtle was definitely far more powerful than the nether turtle ancestor. Its cultivation could no longer be measured by the universe realm. The so-called universe realm was clearly an ant in front of it. Except for the headless infant corpse and the great eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be an avatar of the great path of heaven, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen such a terrifying existence in reality. Even the weeping soul bloodhorn and the demonic dragon phantom were far inferior to it because they were incomplete and illusory. It was also at this time that the Battle Lion tribe's elders, Zhan Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, Long Ziwen, and nearly 10 other powerful figures of the universe realm in the surrounding void were stunned and muttered to themselves one after another. Nether turtle? Ancient nether turtle. The legend is actually true. It's actually true. Legend has it that there was a period of time between the primordial age and the ancient age, called the primordial age. The creatures of the primordial age were all direct descendants of the primordial age. After the ancient age, the ancestors of the various races of the present world appeared. They are not direct descendants of the primordial age, but were born from the primordial age after a generation. For example, the Nether Turtle clan's true bloodline ancestor should be the primordial Nether Turtle, and the Void Turtle of the primordial age is the bloodline source of the primordial Nether Turtle clan. Legend has it that after the primordial Nether Turtle died in the early ancient age, its obsession did not dissipate and turned into the Nether Turtle Sea's star domain will to protect this star domain. I didn't expect that all of this was true. The primordial Nether Turtle has appeared, and this is the star domain will of the entire Nether Turtle Sea. Heavens, where did this kid come from? Is he just the young master of the Netherworld Great Emperor from the primordial age? If so, why would the nether turtle ancestor give this ancient turtle shell to him? How is this the nether turtle ancestor's life source shell? It is clearly the only life source shell of the primordial nether turtle's body. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian came to a realization. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. It turned out that this was only the projection of the primordial nether turtle's obsession and not its real body. Otherwise, if he could capture this primordial nether turtle that was comparable to a star domain, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3 universes in the future. However, it was better than nothing now. With the protection of the star domain will of the nether turtle sea, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in this vast nether turtle sea. At the very least, this battle lion race expert in front of him could absolutely crush him with a raise of his hand. No wonder that old bastard nether turtle ancestor did not even leave a universe stage nether turtle clan elder to him. After all, there was no need for that at all. He was holding the only life source shell left behind by the primordial nether turtle before its body collapsed. In this star domain, he could summon the star domain will to descend at any time. He was simply invincible, so why would he need any guards? That old bastard nether turtle ancestor is really too evil. He actually deceived this ancestor. It was clearly the life source shell of the primordial nether turtle, but he insisted that it was his. Chapter 34-31. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Come on, lion dog. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, come and kill this ancestor. Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you? At this moment, Yi Xian looked like a top profligate who deserved a beating. This was intentional. After all, his current identity was the young master of the netherworld lineage. Before he was sealed hundreds of millions of years ago, he was already a profligate young master of the primordial era. Now that he had lived to this day, he naturally had the right to look down on everyone. However, his current appearance was indeed too hateful. In the fleets of the top forces from the 3 planes of the universe, countless masters of the universe were glaring at him, gnashing their teeth in hatred. This guy's face was really asking for a beating. Unfortunately, no one dared to beat him up no matter how much he asked for a beating. At this moment, the mighty figure of the war lion race was so stifled that his entire old face had turned purple. The aura around his body surged, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he stood in the void thousands of miles away and did not dare to make a sound. Although he was a mighty figure of the universe, he was no different from an ant in the face of the primordial underworld dragons will projection that could cover the entire nether turtle star field. When the primordial underworld dragon's true body completely collapsed in the early primordial era, the only piece of armor left behind was now in Yi Xian's hands. This piece of armor was the switch that controlled the nether turtle star field's will. Currently, Yi Xian held the power to kill. In this star field, he could directly destroy anyone he disliked. Yo, old lion dog, why aren't you making a sound? Why aren't you reacting to this ancestor's question? Are you deaf or mute? The mighty figure of the battle lion race didn't make a sound, but Yi Xian didn't intend to let this go. In his opinion, a primordial era profligate like the netherworld young master should be someone who wouldn't show mercy even if he was in the right. If the other party admitted defeat at this time, he would immediately let go of all previous enmity, which would instead arouse suspicion. They would think that he was guilty. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't back down. The more it was like this, the more he had to beat the dog while it was down. Anyway, he had already killed the battle lion race's young master, roasted and eaten. This enmity was too big to be resolved, so he didn't care to deepen it. It just so happened that he could also use this opportunity to ruthlessly beat up a universe almighty expert and help increase his despotic power. Yo, old man, you're still not saying anything? Are you insisting on going against this ancestor's rhythm? You me, you old bastard. Let me I specialize in curing all kinds of things you. As he spoke, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and instantly stepped forward. With a few large strides, he arrived in front of the supreme being of the war lion race. He glanced at the latter, whose face was filled with vigilance, and raised his hand to point at the will projection of the ancient nether turtle that was floating above the entire star field. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Look carefully, there's a super bastard up there staring at you. You old bastard, aren't you dissatisfied? This ancestor will now teach you how to be a human. No, it should be how to be a Pekingese. If he dares to fight back, kill him immediately." Yi Xian was practically roaring when he said the last sentence. He tightened his grip on the palm-sized ancient tortoiseshell and channeled another wisp of qi and blood energy into it. In an instant, the entire nether turtle star field shook slightly again. The war lion race's universe god realm expert's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he clearly felt that there was an indescribably terrifying and powerful aura that instantly locked onto his body. Not only the body, but the soul as well. He did not know what kind of method this was, but the qi could even lock onto the primordial spirit. It was simply unheard of. But there was one thing that he was extremely clear about, and that was if he dared make the slightest movement now, then he would immediately face the consequences of being obliterated in both body and soul. Even teleportation or tearing through space to escape from this region of stars was impossible. There was no chance at all. If it was said that this war lion race's universe god realm expert was full of resentment towards Yi Xian before, then now, as his entire body and primordial spirit were locked onto by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle that covered the entire nether turtle star field, the only thing left in his heart was boundless fear and panic. An extremely strong sense of life and death crisis enveloped his mind. At this moment, the war lion race's universe god realm expert suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Death, he had never been so close to him before. As long as this hateful fellow in front of him who made the roots of his teeth ache thought about it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes and not even a strand of hair would be left behind. He would be completely annihilated by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle hanging above his head. Faced with this unprecedented life and death crisis, the war lion race's universe god realm expert did not even dare to move his body, for fear that the slightest movement would lead to disaster. Of course, more importantly, Yi Xian, who was only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, was not much of a threat in his eyes. Even if he stood here and forcefully endured the other party's bombardment, at most he would be in a sorry state and suffer some minor injuries and lose face. Compared to being instantly obliterated by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle hanging above his head, even a fool would know what to choose. Boom! Old lion dog, does it feel good? Yi Xian's figure shot in front of the war lion race's universe god realm expert and punched out, causing an explosion in the air. Although he was in the nether body state right now, it did not mean that he could not use his physical body's blood energy. The strength of this punch far exceeded the war lion race's universe god realm expert's expectations. It was definitely not something that a 10th level Grotto Heaven realm expert could achieve. One had to know that Yi Xian cultivated his physical body's blood energy, mental energy, and the void dimension technique. He also had the demonic dragon bloodline and the nether bloodline. With all of these combined, he already had the overall strength to fight across realms. Although it was not to the extent of crossing 2 realms and reaching the 12th level, the void dimension realm, it was definitely not below the mid-late stage of the 11th level, the mystic light realm. The war lion race's universe god realm expert was caught off guard and was immediately blasted to the point that his blood energy surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, this was also the result of him not daring to use the energy in his body to resist. Otherwise, a mid-late stage mystic light realm expert wouldn't be able to injure a 15th level universe god realm expert and cause him to spit out blood. He'd long since seen that Yi Xian wanted to use him, the supreme expert of the universe, to establish his might and make him suffer some physical pain. Intimidated by the life and death crisis, the supreme expert of the war lion race could only grit his teeth and cooperate. He could only hope that this little bastard would achieve his goal and let him go after he was satisfied. As long as he left this sea of nether turtles, the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle above his head would not be able to affect the outside world. At that time, he would be completely safe. Chapter 34-32. That's him. Is this a dream? I actually saw a Universe Realm expert being beaten up by a level 5 Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Not only did he not dare to fight back, he didn't even circulate his energy to defend himself. He was forcefully punched to the point of spitting out blood. This is too humiliating. This ancestor Huan Ting from the Yin Devil clan is too powerful. Not only does he have the Nether Turtle Sea's star domain will as his backer, but his own strength is also extraordinary. He is only at the 10th level of the Heavenly Passage realm, and even if Universe Immortals didn't resist, they still wouldn't be able to make him cough up blood. This is at least the battle prowess of a middle or late-stage Mystic Light Realm cultivator. This person has the strength to fight across realms. Is it another peerless monster? This level of arrogance is indeed comparable to the invincible god of war and young master Linghu of the human clan. He does have a foundation, and he himself is a peerless monster-level existence. This time, the races of the second universe finally have a peerless genius born. I wonder if the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, will do the same. Is this the golden age of the three universes coming together? Luo Yunyang thought. If this is really the case, then the battle that will break out soon will be extremely exciting. It will shake the world since ancient times. However, the theory of luck will fall into illusion. If the other two big planes also have peerless geniuses, then the theory that the human race will dominate this battle's luck will fall apart. The future is even harder to predict. It's full of uncertainties. We need to increase our cultivation as quickly as possible so that we can survive the upcoming war. Rumble. Awo, old lion dog, do you admit defeat or not? Boom. Yi Xian did not hold back at all as the experts of various forces in the surrounding void cried out in alarm. He kept punching and bombarding the War Lion clan's experts like sandbags. The War Lion clan's experts opened their mouths and spat out blood again. Their old face turned from purple to green. They were clearly angered to death. There was no doubt that after this battle, even if the mighty figure of the War Lion tribe could survive, he would become the laughingstock of the three universes henceforth. There had never been such an astonishing event. A mighty figure of the universe in the 15th realm was bombarded like a rubber ball by an existence at the 5th level of the Tao Insight realm in front of countless masters of the starry sky. With another punch from Yi Xian, the War Lion clan's experts spat out Blood Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts. By now, the Lion clan's experts. The War Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan battle Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts. Perhaps, it was a combination of both. Not far away, in the void closest to where Yi Xian was bombarding the War Lion clan's experts, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao, the three elders of the Yin demon clan, jumped up and stood in front of the tens of thousands of Yin demons like cheerleaders. They waved their hands and led the way. Soon, countless experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts were shouting and waving their hands to lead the way. War Lion clan ancestor, number 1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heaven. War Lion clan ancestor, punch and kick. Lion-headed dog, cried bitterly. He was a War Lion clan's expert at the 15th level of the world realm. How could he endure such a scene when he was being beaten up by a cheerleader? As the shameless slogans came from the void not far away, the Qinkuan tribe elder of the Battle Lion race really wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry on the spot without a single shred of snot flowing out of his nose. In 3 different directions, Shenyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were originally in their respective big fortresses, took advantage of the fact that the clan elders were not paying attention and slipped out. They rushed out of the big fortresses and converged in one direction like telepathy. Not long after, the 3 girls stood still in the void not far away from the battle circle. Their faces were full of suspicion as they stared at Yi Xian, who was cursing and beating up the War Lion clan's experts. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they were going to dissect Yi Xian from the inside out. According to my analysis, the probability is at least 70%. Zhao Qianru's face was filled with mystery as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who was in the air in front of her. She lowered her voice and whispered to Xianyuan Xing and Duanmu Xiaocha, "You all know that it's impossible for that guy to be banished to the turbulent void. He has too many tricks up his sleeve, so this definitely won't happen." Since then, there has been no news of him, and a netherworld young master has appeared in the second universe. This is too strange. Don't forget, this guy said when he was in the heavenly battle-star field that he would come to the second universe to wreak havoc. Speaking of this, Zhao Qianru curled her lips and said, "Tisk, isn't this the right thing to do?" No, Sister Qianru, you're wrong." Duanmu Xiaocha immediately shook her head and said, "The probability of 70% is too low. In my opinion, the probability of that guy in front of us being him is at least 85%, or even as high as 90%. Haven't you noticed? This style is simply carved out of the same mold. He is not forgiving when he is in the right, and even more so when he is in the wrong. This kind of thing, other than this blind idol of mine, is there any other living person who can do it? Besides, this foodie's virtue is simply a carbon copy. There is absolutely no doubt about it. There is more than 80% chance that it is him." As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the purplish warbler covered her mouth and chuckled. She shook her head and sighed, "It seems that the two of you don't know him very well. What do you mean by 70% or 85%? In my opinion, there is a 100% chance that it is that big bastard." At this point, Xianyuan Xing rolled her eyes and stealthily pointed her finger at the empty space in front of her. She patted her chest and said with certainty, "If you don't believe me, just watch. After this guy gives that guy a good beating, he'll definitely use the same old trick again. He'll either ask for compensation for his hard work or medical fees. He won't see if that guy is coughing up blood, but he's definitely sprained his wrist after beating him up for so long. He'll definitely clamor for compensation." Hearing this, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were shocked and gasped. "It can't be? So shameless? My goodness, Xing, you know him very well. But if this is the case, can we still say that we know him when we go out in the future?" Before the two of them could finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was indeed a little out of breath from the beating, suddenly sneezed. He stopped moving, rubbed his nose, rolled his eyes, and glared at the war lion race's supreme expert, who had a bloody nose and a swollen mouth. "What are you looking at? I sprained my wrist in order to cure you. How are we going to calculate the medical fees? You tell me yourself." Chapter 34-33. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Subduing Others with Virtue. Young Master Netherworld, don't go too far. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder, who had been holding back his anger after being beaten by Yi Xian, finally couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly turned ferocious as he glared fiercely at Yi Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much. Our leader won't self-destruct. Even if he dies, he'll definitely drag you down with him." He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. It was bad enough that a mighty figure of heaven and earth was beaten up by Yi Xian in public, but he still wanted to blackmail him. Couldn't you find another excuse to blackmail him? He even said that he sprained his hand and wanted to pay for his medical fees. What the F***ck? A mighty figure of heaven and earth was so angry that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who was he going to find to pay for this? "Oh my, your temper is rising. But it's understandable. It's normal for you to be angry after being beaten up. But why is your IQ dropping so quickly?" Yi Xian was calm and unafraid. He was still sarcastic, and his words were full of mockery and ridicule. "This ancestor remembers that I didn't hit your head just now. Could it be that you were so angry that you broke it? With this super bastard above us, the entire sea of nether turtles is under our control. You want to self-destruct as a mere mighty figure of heaven and earth? Do you think that's possible? You?" The Battle Lion Tribe Elder's face turned green again. He squeezed out a word with great difficulty, but he couldn't finish it. With the projection of the primordial nether turtle's will above him, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. He was just trying to scare Yi Xian and put up a strong front. Now, it seemed that it was useless. This guy was indeed from the primordial age and had seen much of the world. If he wasn't a Grotto Heaven Realm Junior, the self-destruction of a mighty figure of heaven and earth wouldn't scare him at all. At this point, the Battle Lion Tribe Elder was completely defeated. He didn't dare to bargain with Yi Xian anymore. He could see that this guy was tired of beating him up and didn't intend to do anything else. Now, he just wanted to get some reward for his hard work. It would be fine if he was the Battle Lion Tribe Elder. Since this old, the Battle Lion Tribe Elder Translation, the Battle Lion Tribe Art Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Lion. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder was still the Lion Tribe Elder. The Lion Battle Lion Tribe was the Lion Dragon Tribe Elder Translation. The lion was Wuxia Realm? Elder in translation in translation? Translation. Calm. After all, there were so many fleets in the sea of nether turtles right now, and all the top-rate powers of the 3 dimensions of the universe had gathered here. With his current reserves, who couldn't he plunder? With that thought in mind, the Qinkuan Tribe Elder from the Battle Lion Tribe cowered. The ferocious look on his face disappeared. Although he was still expressionless, he did not dare to put up a strong front. Even his voice had become much weaker. Fine, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? CK your mother. Yi Xian was immediately infuriated. The other party's attitude of giving alms made him quite unhappy. He glared and said, this old man was deliberately tactful and said that it was medical expenses. You old lion dog, you actually don't know how to appreciate favors. If you continue to dawdle, do you believe that this old ancestor will directly detain you and then send someone to your Battle Lion tribe to ask for a ransom? Kidnapping. Pooh. CK. The War Lion race's universe supreme being really couldn't hold it in, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. If he gave it up now, on the surface, it was to compensate for the medical expenses, which was barely acceptable. However, if this fellow really shed all pretense of cordiality and directly detained him and sent someone to the tribe to ask for a ransom, then he really wouldn't have the face to continue living. A dignified universe supreme being, the elder of the Battle Lion race in the second universe, was actually kidnapped and extorted for a ransom. This was definitely unprecedented and unheard of in history. This old ancestor's patience is limited. I'll give you 3 minutes to pay for the medical expenses. As for the specific standards, that will depend on your sincerity. Since he had already spoken, Yi Xian had no more scruples. He immediately waved his hand. If this old ancestor is satisfied, you can turn around and scram. Otherwise, that bastard up there has been bored for a while. It's time to let it exercise its muscles and bones. This was a blatant threat. Either he gave enough, or he would directly kill it if it was not enough. The War Lion race's Qinkuan race's body trembled. Everything that happened today made him doubt his life. It was too painful. Whoosh! As the War Lion race's universe supreme being gnashed his teeth, a small space box was shot out by the War Lion race's universe supreme being toward Yi Xian. The latter caught it and used his divine sense to investigate it. Immediately, he beamed with joy. As expected of a universe supreme being, he was too rich. Although this small space box was not eye-catching, there were many things inside. There were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as rare minerals. Among them, there were even some precious medicines needed to concoct level 14 and 15 liquids, which could even be used to refine great medicines of heaven and earth with the Shenong Cauldron. As for other kinds of magic treasures, there were countless battle weapons, armors, and small private warships, as well as some other treasures with special purposes. In addition, there were also many cultivation resources. Yi Xian saw more than 30 level 9, 9-colored star core origins. Although he did not care about these things and still had a few cubic meters of them, to an ordinary star sky expert, they were definitely top-notch resources. As expected of a universe supreme being. Although the resources in this small space box could not compare to the resources in the Black Wind Scout Fortress, it was still about 30% to 30% of the total. Even to Yi Xian, it was a windfall. This old man was not an ordinary person who was afraid of death. In order to buy his life, he probably took out at least half of the cultivation resources in his hands. That's right. We are all civilized people. If you hurt someone, as long as you are willing to pay for the medical expenses, we can still be good friends. With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian kept the small space box in his undying world. Immediately, his expression changed into a smile. This old ancestor has always won people over with virtue. Old friend, take care, I won't see you out. Although these words were infuriating to the Qiankuan tribe elder of the Battle Lion tribe, it was no different from the sound of an immortal from the outer realm. He snorted coldly, turned around, and rushed into the pitch-black starry sky fortress behind him. With this snort, Yi Xian's anger was ignited again. Originally, he really wanted to let the other party go. Who would have thought that this fellow would not learn from his beatings? Before he even left the sea of nether turtles, he actually put on a straight face and even dared to snort? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. He said in a sarcastic tone, If you want to leave, then leave. Why did you come to this ancestor's starry sky fortress? Hurry up and get rid of all the Pekingese inside. Leave the fortress behind. This ancestor finds it pleasing to the eye and keeps it for fun. In other words, this was clearly the rhythm of extorting 100,000 meters of starry sky fortress from the other party. A second ago, he was still talking about using virtue to win people over. This scene had long stunned the experts of the various powers in the surrounding void. At the same time, they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Chapter 34-34. Translator, trans and editor, trans and translator, trans and editor, trans and although space battleships and other technological elements of the human race had been popularized in the second universe for a long time, space battleships were imported goods to the various races of the Federation of the second universe. They did not have powerful research and development abilities. Therefore, although they could build some planetary-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters and star-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters, they could build them. Even the top 10 races of the Federation of the Second Universe could build small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. They had long obtained starship construction assembly lines from the human race through the Wan Luo Federation. However, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could only be imported. Even the top 10 races of the second universe did not have many space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Each race only had about 20 of them, and all of them were guarded by powerful beings of the universe. Even the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, did not have the qualifications to be allocated one. Therefore, for the Battle Lion race, this pitch-black Black Lion space fortress was definitely an important resource. It belonged to this powerful being of the Battle Lion race. Without a doubt, once he handed it over, this powerful being of the Battle Lion race would no longer have a space fortress. Even if he could get another one in the future, he would have to pay a heavy price. The relationship between the human race and the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe was tense. For this kind of strategic resource, the export of it would definitely be very strict. Even so, the meat that should be cut had to be cut. In the end, the enraged Battle Lion race's Qiankuan race's elder stepped out of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress with a large number of Battle Lion race's clansmen following behind him with their tails between their legs. They left the Nether Turtle Sea's star region with their tails between their legs. Along the way, whether it was the Battle Lion race's Qiankuan tribe elder or the large number of Battle Lion race clansmen following behind him, none of them made a sound because the terrifying giant tortoise projection above their heads could still be seen. Not long after they had completely left the star field of the Nether Turtle Sea, the Battle Lion race's Qiankuan tribe elder raised his head and let out a roar. Roar! Little bastard of the Netherworld, you have gone too far. My Battle Lion race will definitely not let this matter rest. You think you can do whatever you want just because you control the will of the Sea of Hellish Turtles? Our race naturally has a way to resolve this matter. Just wait and see. Roar. Amidst his roars, the Battle Lion Race Elder and many Battle Lion Race Atlas Studios editor, David Hua Luo David Absolute. At the same time in the Sea of Hellish Turtles. After the War Lion Race's Qianquan Race Elder left with a large number of War Lion Race clansmen behind him, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the empty Black Lion into his undying world. Yi Xian truly didn't have the ability to keep the other party here. Of course, this referred to the situation where he didn't use the Headless Infant's corpse, the Thunder Emperor's seal, the Fallen Sky Bow, and other powerful divine abilities and treasures from the primordial era. Just by relying on the primordial netherworld turtles' will projection above his head, he would not be able to kill the Battle Lion Race Elder. Not long after the other party left, Yi Xian tried to communicate with the will of the ancient nether turtle that was floating above his head and covered the entire nether turtle star field. He wanted the other party to take advantage of the fact that the War Lion race was far away and kill him from afar. Unfortunately, the response he received disappointed him greatly. The primordial netherworld turtles' will projection only protected the life armor in Yi Xian's hand. It did not care about anything else. In other words, even if Yi Xian had the life armor, the primordial netherworld turtles' will projection would not care even if Yi Xian threatened it. If Yi Xian was forced into a corner and wanted to destroy the life armor, the primordial netherworld turtles' will projection might destroy him first. This result caused cold sweat to appear on Yi Xian's back. He hurriedly put away the nether turtle life armor in his hand, afraid that if it fell and broke, the will projection of the primordial nether turtle would fight him to the death. Fortunately, only he was aware of all of this, and it was because he'd received a strand of the consciousness of the nether turtle's projection. Everyone else was completely unaware of this, otherwise, he would probably immediately become a rat that was despised by everyone in this nether turtle sea. Without the threat of the primordial nether turtle's will projection, the masters in the fleets of the top forces from the 3 realms of the universe would definitely attack him because he had already incurred the wrath of the masses. But now, Yi Xian realized that the trump card in his hand was actually just a vase. After looking at it but not being of use, Yi Xian immediately had other thoughts in his mind. He would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of the situation. He had to take advantage of the fact that these guys had not found out the truth and the deterrent effect of the life armor in his hand was still there. He had to take action immediately. He had to take advantage of these guys first. Otherwise, once he was exposed, he would not have the chance to take advantage of them. He would regret it forever. In any case, his current identity was that of the patriarch of the Devil race, young Master Netherworld. Even if he incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, he could just leave and no one would know who he was. The Devil race would take the blame. Thinking like this, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. Because he'd already put away his life-bound tortoise shell, the will projection of the ancient nether turtle that was slowly fading away. He turned around and looked at the fleets of the various powers in the surrounding space. He cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and immediately said in a strange tone, "Fellow Daoists, this patriarch has always won people over with virtue. It can be said that I have a compassionate heart." Speaking of this, he saw that the nearby fleets had begun to retreat one after another. It was as if they couldn't afford to provoke them, but they could still avoid them. His face immediately sank, and there was a look of displeasure on his face. Then he continued, "The Nether Turtle's sea is a mixed bag of good and bad people. Don't be fooled by the fact that you have a lot of people. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but you may not know who is who. It is very possible that there are bandits in this place. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with this patriarch, but this patriarch has always been compassionate and compassionate. It just so happens that the Nether Turtle Sea's will is a friend who has gone through thick and thin with this patriarch. How can this patriarch stand idly by when bandits are happening here? So, don't panic. I don't dare to say anything else, but as long as this patriarch is still alive, and as long as you haven't stepped out of this Nether Turtle Sea, this patriarch will take care of the safety of all of you. I will absolutely not allow any accidents to happen to you. Come, little 7, little 8, you lead the old bastards in the clan to register the surrounding fellow Daoists. This is for their safety." Chapter 34-35. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This young man is so fair. Protection fee? For everyone's safety? Persuading people with virtue. I really admire your mother. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the experts from the various great powers in the surrounding fleets from the 3 great universes were stunned for a moment. Then they were all enraged. All of them glared at Yi Xian fiercely, as if they would never submit. Although the universe realm expert from the Battle Lion race was in a miserable state, he deserved it. He was courting death by provoking the Yin demon clan. He deserved to end up like this. However, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding fleets were all innocent. They had nothing to do with the Yin Devil clan or this shameless netherworld young master. If they were blackmailed by him even like this, they really couldn't swallow their resentment. How could he have the face to say that it's fine if it's just a little bit and use the compensation standard of that universe realm elder from the Battle Lion race? He had been blackmailed with a small space box of cultivation resources and a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With such a standard, some of the fleets in the surrounding void couldn't even take out such a standard. Some of the powers had come with 10,000-meter-long fortresses or even 3,000-meter-long ordinary stellar-level battleships to join in the fun. According to that standard, even if they pawned the underwear of all the experts in the fleets, they still wouldn't be able to gather enough. Besides, why should they pay a protection fee for no reason? Right now, there were over 100 great forces in the surrounding void. Could it be that the Netherworld young master could annihilate all of them in a fit of rage? If that was the case, he would never think of leaving the Netherworld Turtle Sea again. He would just hide here and live out the rest of his life. Once he went out, he would be suppressed immediately. He had offended all the top powers in the 3 universes. How could he survive outside? With that in mind, all the experts in the fleets immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, they absolutely could not be the first to stand out. That guy was probably thinking of making an example out of the unlucky one to set an example for the rest. Because of this, the few fleets that were retreating quickly and wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible all stopped as if they had agreed. They couldn't run at this time, or they would immediately be targeted. For a time, the entire expanse of space was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, and the atmosphere was strange to the extreme. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. Looks like they aren't giving me any face at all. Could it be that they really think that the law won't punish the majority and I won't be able to do anything about it? Wasn't it just to catch a bird that stuck its head out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey? This ancestor has plenty of ways to complete this matter reasonably. I will definitely not allow anyone to find fault with it, lest this group of people find fault and come together to seek revenge, which will mess up the situation. Thinking like this, Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. He slowly turned his head and swept his gaze over the starry sky masters around the fleets. Suddenly, he saw 2 familiar figures next to the fleet of the Immortal army from the dynasty, the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, and the eldest prince, Long Xiang. Among the 5 princes, Long Xiang was originally the one with the greatest chance to become the crown prince of the dynasty. Ever since Prince Xian was sent to the Death Master Starfield, he was the most active of the 5 princes. Previously, when he went to the Heavenly Battle Starfield, Yi Xian, using the identity of young Master Linghu, had beaten him into a pig's head. He didn't expect this guy to be so thick-skinned. The swelling on his head had probably just disappeared not long ago, but he actually ran to the Netherworld Turtle Sea of Universe 2. He clearly wanted to seize the primordial treasure, Yanluo, so that he could use it as a bargaining chip to obtain the crown prince of the dynasty in the future. It's him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up. He raised his hand and pinched his thumb and middle finger, then winked at the eldest prince, Long Xiang, who was in the distant void. Then he smiled charmingly and said softly, "This little brother's face is so fair. Come, I like people with fair skin the most. I met one before, but I didn't expect to be so disappointing. It's rare to meet a little brother again. Come, this ancestor serves. No, I should treat you to a drink." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved at the eldest prince, winking at him. "Oh my God!" The latter was caught off guard and was so frightened that he cried out for his mother on the spot. He almost fell on his butt in the void. His face turned green in an instant, full of horror. How could this perverted old monster be up to no good when he called him over? What, treating him to a drink? It was simply nonsense. He couldn't wait to blurt it out. He was obviously going to serve the hole behind him. The example of Hongdo Laifeng was still in front of him. That was the result of him directly poking the hole until it cracked. When he thought of that result, half of Long Xiang's soul flew away. His face turned from green to white in an instant. He looked at the imperial elder, Long Ziwen, with a sad face. With tears streaming down his face, he begged bitterly, Ancestor Ziwen, save me, save me." In the face of this unexpected scene, the imperial elder, Long Ziwen, was also dumbfounded. Then his face became incomparably gloomy, but he didn't say anything for a while. He was secretly calculating and analyzing in his heart. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his spear at Long Xiang. Did he really take a fancy to his soft skin and tender flesh, or did he do it on purpose? His goal was to provoke a dispute and make an example out of him. If it were another time and another place, this kind of thinking and consideration would naturally be unnecessary. However, it was different now. The old monster opposite was too strong. Even the star domain's will of the entire sea of hellish turtles was in his hands. Even with Long Ziwen's almighty means, he couldn't jump around at all. Didn't he see the local tyrant of the second universe, the Chenkuan elder of the Battle Lion race, which was ranked third among the various races of the Federation, being dealt with so miserably? Long Xiang was the eldest prince of the dynasty, so he naturally had to be saved. However, it was also because of this that he had to be more cautious. In the face of the current situation, if he wanted to put on airs as an almighty in the universe, it would definitely not end well. It didn't matter if he, Long Ziwen, was beaten up and lost face. However, if he really allowed the eldest prince of the dynasty to be toyed with by that old pervert, the entire Immortal dynasty's reputation would be swept to the ground. That would be a great sin. Thinking of this, Long Ziwen's eyes couldn't help but flash. At this moment, he had even prepared for the worst. If it really couldn't be done, even if he had to personally kill Long Xiang on the spot, he definitely couldn't let the old monster toyed with him. Although it would also be a great loss of face, at least the dynasty's reputation would be preserved. This flash of light from the bottom of Long Ziwen's eyes was coincidentally seen by Long Xiang, who was pulling on his lapel and pleading. He knew this patriarch Ziwen very well. At the same time, as the imperial prince of the Immortal dynasty, Long Xiang and Long Ziwen's perspective on this matter were basically the same. Therefore, he immediately understood the meaning of this flash of light. In an instant, a deep sense